Good afternoon, colleagues. Committee of the Naa'bik'iyati committee this afternoon. We'll press our roll call button to reconvene and exit out of recess. Colleagues, if you entered the chamber, we are doing roll call. Colleagues, we do have quorum this afternoon. We do have 14 council delegates here present within the chambers, and we will reconvene our oversight budget special meeting on August 16th at 1:55 p.m. Colleagues, just for a recap, yesterday we had our first day and we are still on number 5, new business. A, we are on legislation 0198-23, and we do have a motion by Honorable James and second by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Colleagues, at this time, I am going to turn the gavel over to Honorable Vice Chair Slater. I am the prime sponsor of the legislation. Do you need this?
Good afternoon, colleagues. Great to see everyone here in the chamber. We do have a quorum, and we're on item 5A, legislation 198-23, which is approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the Navajo Nation executive offices and related matters for the 24 comprehensive budget. We have our sponsor, which is Speaker Curley, and the agent, Mr. Mitchell, on behalf of OPVP. Committee members, the floor is open. We already have a standing motion. We've resumed into the agenda where we were at. So it was not tabled or anything. We don't need to recall it. We're resuming right where we were, and the floor is open for discussion. Questions or discussion going twice? Okay. I see Shitsui Delegate James, you're recognized.
Thank you, Shache. Thank you, Pro Temp, for chairing the Naa'bik'iyati meeting and then sponsors ng Klinigi. Ito, Ado, Nana, Kwadot, Shache, Mr. Arben Mitchell. Ako, Dekui Goshid, Naa'bik'iyati Klinigi, Shehwadlo Oko. Ako, Adanda, Nachita Health Education Human Service Committee, Eya Belasi clean vehicles for President's Office, OPVP, to purchase new vehicles. Ako, Aje, Ako, does that legislation that we approved for you guys to get new vehicles yesterday, is that part of your budget form 1? Is that the 30? Is that included of the vehicle that you guys have budgeted? Your last year, the previous budget, you only had 27 vehicles. For this year, you've indicated that you have 3 more added on. So, where does that legislation that we passed yesterday for your guys' new vehicles, or is that embedded into your executive budget program summary? Nana, moving on to the next tab of the Navajo, Washington office. It's been a very interesting discussion on the Washington office. We're going to purchase this new house. We're going to purchase a new home. Purchase it as of today, and that Washington house, the Washington office from OPVP is not occupying that home. You know, we spend this much rent on the current office space that we are utilizing. We're spending so much millions of dollars on rent and lease. We're going to save all that funding. We're still in the same loop over here. When you look at Washington office's budget, you have lease and rental in there. In the budget, and then when you start looking at the detailed budget for the Washington office, there's no detail in there of the maintenance of that home. Around that home, the Washington home. I believe you are aware that we even got cited at that Washington home because it's overgrown by weeds. And that whole section, we were cited, and it was posted on the door of that Washington home. When you look in your budget, you have nothing in there to take care of that, to clean up that place around the Washington home. What's the reason of why it's not budgeted to find some kind of landscape or individuals to fix up that whole area of the Washington home? In regards to that Washington home, of course, I don't know how many citations or tickets we're going to get from Washington, D.C. to maintain all of those issues regarding that house. Moving on to the Navajo Hopi Land Commission office. It's been a very concerning topic. Navajo Hopi Land Commission office needs to understand that they are there for all of the chapters that have been affected by Navajo Hopi land relocation. As of now, they have a consultant group of individuals there that they're working with. That does not include all of the chapters. I say this because in that plan that they keep proposing to us, they don't have anything that has to do with Jedito chapter. Aten. Haishin yakwade ndajineloban jakay. Haishin yakwade nahwade telban jakay. So in regards to that, shekade beso. I know we've had this discussion at Navajo Hopi Land Commission, but from the general funds, where is that funding going to be utilized to get that service from these individuals, from this group of individuals? What they have planned out, which doesn't include Jedito chapter, I know the need is there. And so for them to move forward, where are they in this budget? It doesn't indicate that this is the funding that we are utilizing. The way we've been trying to analyze the whole concept is how is external and internal funding coinciding with each of our oversighted departments and divisions. And that's the reason why we've been asking for the external funding. How do they all mingle together? But when you look at the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, it doesn't indicate that how they are paying this consultant group. And the answer is going to be, well, you don't need it. The only thing that's before you is general funds. I know that's going to be the answer, and that shouldn't be the answer. Budget hearing, nowhere in our agenda does it say general funding, budget hearing only. Budget hearing, that means you entail all of the budgets that you work with, that you operate with. From the Navajo Hopi Land Commission office. And then of course we always been approached as council that Office of Miss Navajo don't receive enough funding. Work with the president, work with the individuals, the executive branch. They get lots of money over there. Maybe you need to reduce the size of your vehicle. That way you're not putting so much funds and travel expense to pay for fuel for a Suburban or a Tahoe that's only driven by one person across the Navajo Nation, and give those extra fundings to the Office of Miss Navajo. Jo kon ban saha kesi gibenina halet di kodo alke nasnella jokot eko. And when we go to these events, when we attend these events, sometimes there's 4 or 5 Tahoes, and there's only one individual driving that Tahoe. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you'll get to see 2 or 3 staff come off one vehicle, and then the other ones only have one person sitting in it. Okodat eho halet ador ban sahas keza to share that funding. Kodobe behanetze. The last time I remember, I think it was 2 or 3 Miss Navajo back. Yanao kaho kodon hidaton niya. We had to find funding for her to move forward, to be that ambassador of the Navajo Nation. Halet tohune sampasanel tala. Adi our current Miss Navajo lead katala. She's out there, and the majority of the time it's probably coming out of her own pocket to do what needs to happen to operate the Miss Navajo office. Akot an ha'alchine takot an leden adol ayitahol khodoba hanetze ni het nebezade ni het an kwen ni go bahanetze ho. These Miss Navajos, throughout their whole life, they've been going through the process of learning their Navajo language. Ye khote ni hetah na taho edit abe budget na huil na budget. Regarding Miss Navajo. Ado Nana, Office of the First Lady. That's very interesting to see on the budget form that they're receiving additional funds of $112,000 for this is for the Executive Protection Service. There's an additional $112,000. As council delegate, the Protection Service, we just go out there. As council delegate with this Executive Protection Service. Jokot eko anik Jigala Indian Tribal Ceremonial Bana State on Hitahe Ohawashin Protection Agents Eya Kwan Nun Hitahe Snaha Naja Nihe Hahayosna Nihe Don Nit Linon Han Sahake so Kwaeki Hawashi President Snaha Naje with 3 or 4 other protection agents. Nihe Khanate as the delegate of the Navajo Nation, as lawmakers of the Navajo Nation. We're not being looked at. Why is that not being shared? Our Miss Navajo de Abijan in the Kadaga Asto Asaha Kataga Beta Isne do Ekashi are there protect shortly no that do Naha Dasta Astoko Kodo Aje has Ani Aben Han so case to live. Ashon de Oko what are be hasti to live in regards to your protection section. Adonana Office of the First Lady. Asto Ahonana Eko. Yego ani nahot and the travel expense. You have an increase of travel expense for the Office of the First Lady. Hatila ban yandi zalat on son kodo nish enko. When you start looking at the detailed budget line item for the Office of the First Lady, I mean, they only have one staff budgeted. And then it's just the first lady, and they're getting $225,000. And then a lot of our departments have more than 2 staff. And these departments, and they are barely getting $225,000. Ako halit kodonel nesh ekilindadil nesh di no be yel tie dik at konanat ako. Ako hajo ba ako ye kodod ni have departments that have over 10 staff, that have over 20 staff, peso yanda oka. But yet we're going to budget Office of the First Lady $225,000. That's the proposed budget for 2 staff. Okay, well, 1 staff, and then the First Lady. I'm just going through the tab that you provided. Mr. Arvin Mitchell, Ado Nana Speaker Curly, sponsor and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's a lot in there, committee members, so I'm going to go back to the sponsor and her agent. Chair/Speaker/Shitsui, catching you right as you're getting a sip of water, but you're recognized, as is your agent. Thank you.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Thank you, Apado Shiaj, Chair Rich James, for all your questions, and your questions was specifically to Mr. Mitchell, so I'll turn the floor over to him. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Doshanant Kwage FY24 budget bananit inigi tada eyata eban seat in chateau. Though for the record, she Jehon si Dolish Arvin Mitchell. I was at the President, Vice President. Though Todich in Strong Shin Basis Chin. Here Ani Dashe Naga Ne Dasunal. Though Kodona de Kidigishin. Ishin Eya Kodonat Sa Digidole. Although I believe Washington office is on the line. There was a similar question yesterday that was posed on the rental and then also the property that was bought in DC. Although we tried to get them on the line, they were on the line right yesterday too. So they're back on the line. So hopefully they can respond. Also, during the summer session, there was a report that was made by Washington office. Written report. The no din haznigi ado inspect the hazni la kon and hazti ado komba haz what in hazni la ado journal in. So basically, that was the letter that was sent out by Washington office. So once we give them the floor, they'll probably go into more detail on that. In their budget, rental bakagiya, it's so it's not safe for occupying that office space, so that's the reason why you'll see a rental and lease. Back to office of the President and Vice President. The question on the vehicle. Vehicles. These these vehicles that over at OPVP, and then I think there's 2 over at Speaker's office. They were purchased back in 2016, 2017. So they had like 200, 300,000 miles on it. Purchased nada, so that's the one that now the question again, on when you look at part 4, Form 1, 30, that's the personnel. The bottom, 11 vehicles from last year, and then 11 vehicles this year. So there's no increase in the vehicle. When you look in the detailed budgets, where it has monthly rental, we pay the monthly fee to fleet management. Because the budget was using their money. So we pay a monthly to fleet management. They have in the budget instruction manual, they have a rental fee for each of the vehicle class. Vehicles, also the president, vice president. And Navajo Hopi, there's other affected areas. Going towards North Jadito, Low Mountain, on the outskirts. The question was the consultant. You are right. There's no consultant listed in here. Although under the ARPA, I believe that there was some consultant that was listed under the ARPA account. I said we really need to concentrate on these external. ARPA were way like probably in the billions, 2 billion. That's we need to spend a little more time on these external. They need to be see. You are right. External every quarter. So the next one that's coming around is probably September. Most of the contracts expire in December. Those state they get June 30th. So we really need to concentrate. Also, yesterday I've mentioned the previous HESI president Jonathan Hale. He used to put it on his quarterly meeting agenda for one whole meeting, just on external again. So I recommended yesterday to the council. I said we need to go back to that route. Is that every quarter we need to look at the external. Although I also included myself. I said I really need to work with the division directors, which I did a number of years ago. Although we sort of kind of slowed down the reversion. Although the beta is on it, so we reopened them, working with the funding agency. So there is a lot of external. Yesterday I also mentioned that President Biden, then also the Congress, the debt ceiling legislation. In there, this year it's going to be a flat line budget. Next year they might add 1% just for inflation. But the most important one is the agreement. And in there it says BIA too. So I say we really need to work on this one before they start clawing back these monies. The other one that is coming before here shortly is the end of fiscal year. The Congress It becomes a continuing resolution. In a continuing resolution, Republican likes to add things that goes out. They included in those language in there to offset a lot of these deficits. So we really need to work on this external. Although all of a sudden we got a lot of money at one time. It was good. It was good. It was a blessing, but we need to spend it. So on the Navajo Pigi, I'll go ahead and meet with the director. I do agree. I do agree. Because when I was community development, I worked with all the Bennett Freeze chapters. A lot of times they on the outskirts. I am aware, so I'll go ahead and do that. Although consultant, so I'll go ahead and look into the external. I know that they were ready to do some RFPs, so I'll go ahead and look into the on the Navajo Hopi. Although Office of Miss Navajo, although not enough funding. I know that a couple of years ago we did a legislation to change their plan of operation to also collect donations, contributions. That would probably help. That would probably help with a lot of these activities like fairs activities. I think a lot of money is spent on the fair. This coming fair, we told them that OPVP will go ahead and pay a lot of these costs for the fair. During the fair, we pay for a lot of these costs that associate with the fair and all that. Although travel on the hotel, so. So also I'll go ahead and work with Miss Navajo, see if we can go that route. I know that supplemental, I wasn't here that time, but what I heard was when OPVP got the supplemental recently, along with the standing committees and all that, the request was made for Miss Navajo to do a supplemental budget, but I understand that that didn't happen. So hopefully, we can add them into the unmet needs. So 21 million is access from the permanent fund access again. So the 21 million any unmet needs. But the problem the drawback on using that money is it's not recurring. Next year, if you use it for personnel, it's not going to be there anymore. Yesterday, when we use personnel lapse like we did last year in the amount of over 9 million, a lot of them some of them were spent on personnel, but it wasn't there when we went back to the planning-based amount. Though in the permit trust income, we used it like over $1 million for controller's office. That's not there anymore. So when you see the controller's office, it looks like they have a big decrease from last year to this year. It's because that we gave them permit trust income for personnel. It wasn't part of the FY24 allocation. So you'll see a lot of those. So although EPS, I mentioned that yesterday, a lot of happenings that are outside the nation. We're starting to see a lot of those activities. Just an example is that last year's ceremonial there was during the parade, So those things are happening right now. And you're starting to see. So although not ani, I think there was a proposal for a legislative branch to get in a legislative branch to when when the three branches were meeting. One of the topic was the security of the campus here. So money was set aside for legislative branch. That way we have security. Security meaning law enforcement. Speaker's office a three branch chief so didn't present other office of the first lady, the increase in the travel. Also a statement that I made yesterday was that we were shut down for almost 2 years. We were shut down for almost 2 years due to COVID. Year and a half, that's you see. Don't lego andalia. A lot of these offices, other organizations reopened their door. So based on that, I'm sure that Natani, like today, I was told to come down to Nahatatsil, the celebration for LGA. Don't need it, so I didn't attend. Although so every day there's attendance that is requested by our constituent. At the chapter level, so that's the reason of the increase in the travel money. So with that, hopefully we can get Washington office on the line. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ahasteen, can you hear us? I guess more importantly, can we hear you?
I am here, Speaker Pro Tem.
Okay, wait 1 second. In the chamber, can you hear him? Seeing a lot of nods. Mr. Toth, you can't hear him? Okay. We're going to try and turn it up. You can come closer. You can sit next to me if you want. Okay, Mr. Ahasteen, you're recognized to respond to the questions that were presented by Delegate James.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Later, and thank you to the 25th Navajo Nation Council for having me today. Yat Asia A Justin Ahasteen Yanishia Adona Nishlinigi A Belagana Nishlit Kotsune Basusum Lagana Edasha Chainana Kisani Edashanala Okay the date Nasha. My name is Justin Ahasteen. I'm the Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Washington office. Here to answer some questions related to the Navajo Nation Washington office budget, as well as questions that were posed by our honorable delegates regarding the 11D property in Washington, D.C. As Mr. Mitchell, the Deputy Chief of Staff from the Office of the President and Vice President had indicated, the Navajo Nation Washington office did provide a written report in the summer session of this year on the status of the 11D property. And in that report, we highlighted the specific background on the property itself, that the property was in fact purchased without an inspection report. However, an appraisal report was conducted. In the report, we highlighted that an inspection is not an appraisal, and that an appraisal could actually be altered depending on the findings of an inspection report. We also noted several deficiencies within the property, to include a visibly compromised roof structure, deteriorated siding and sheathings, incorrectly wired outlets, chimney deterioration within the attic, damaged and corroded boilers, incorrectly wired HVAC systems, as well as some other issues that have made the inspection report indicate that the property is uninhabitable due to the safety and risk that the building actually poses. A set of requirements were put out as to the recommendations on how to move forward with the next steps, which would require an in-depth analysis, which would require, or a destructive analysis is what they had indicated, which essentially means they're going to have to tear down some of the walls or uplift some of the floors to kind of further inspect before making a actual recommendation on how to fix that or the cost associated with that. But based off of the initial discussions and the reports that were completed by both District Home Pro and a structural engineering company within the DC area, we had made recommendations of either finding a broker to sell the building, which the nation is expected to take a loss as property value have decreased as well as the rate of inflation, or to figure out another avenue for this building. But I highly recommend it against utilizing this building as an office space, just based off of all of the factors, and to include the factors of actually trying to get a commercial variance in order to operate it as an office building. Right now, we don't believe that there is a variance because it was grandfathered in, but once we start making modifications or repairs to the building, that variance or grandfathered in status goes away, and we would have to either zone it as residential or commercial. Again, because it's in a residential area, it's very hard to get a commercial variance, so it would have to be used for residential purposes. General Services did go out to the property to do their own inspection, and they have some recommendations on whether or not to turn it into a residential space for when visiting delegates do come and they have meetings up on the Hill to utilize that. But as of right now, there is no plans on utilizing it as an actual office space to operate out of. In terms of the actual rent, there is an increase in the rent. The Navajo Nation Washington office lease actually ends in September of this year. We are currently negotiating a new amendment to the existing lease where we have actually identified a new spot within the same building which we can move to. Currently, the Navajo Nation Washington office is paying $55 per square foot for a 6,194 square foot unit. Whereas if we moved units, we could get a $45 per square foot for a unit of 9,174 feet, which would actually be ideal because what we plan to utilize that space for is to actually add services that the local DC Navajo can take advantage of, which includes either updating their voting registration or making requests for their CIBs. Because it is a very difficult process in order to go down to Window Rock to get that, especially when you're on the East Coast. So we're looking at service lines that our office can extend to accommodate our local DC Navajo, which is estimated around 1,500 folks within the area. Currently, in the last fiscal year, the budget reflected $170,000 budgeted for the building lease. But keep in mind, the previous executive director did not anticipate that we would be in the building for more than 6 months. So it was actually budgeted at half that amount. So $170,000, if we do that by 2, it puts us well over the $300,000 threshold. With the negotiated lease, we are expected to see an $80,000 increase annually. That's due to inflation and the market rate adjustments. However, we were able to negotiate in the lease terms, if we sign a lease terms of 10 years with the option to terminate at 7 with no penalty, the building is willing to provide us $10 per square foot of tenant upgrade credits, which is about $100,000 in tenant upgrade credits, which would go to renovations and procuring additional furniture and wiring video conferencing centers. We're actually also looking into adding a cultural center to ensure that we can educate members of Congress and their staff on Navajo culture. So as we talk about these federal policy making decisions, that they're well informed and we have resources available to them should they need to come to our office and look at some of the historical records that we may have. To answer some of the other additional questions, as in regards to the landscaping issue, yes, in the budget of this year under line item 6200, there is $11,000 that is budgeted for the maintenance of 11D, which includes the landscaping and just the general custodial services and pest control in the outer area. However, it is very difficult for the Navajo Nation Washington office under the current procurement laws and processes that the Navajo Nation has to find a vendor that is willing to work with us. The previous contractor or the landscaper that we had to manage the property actually decided not to work with the nation anymore on the accounts for the delays of getting payment out to them because of our unmodernized practices. So that has been the challenge with our office in trying to maintain the property itself, is just finding someone who's willing to work with the nation's procurement processes, which will continue to be a challenge unless modifications are made. Additionally, it looks like there was questions as to what some of the options are. Again, I will refer back to the report that I had submitted to the Navajo Nation Council for the summer session on July 17th, where my recommendations were to not inhabit the building and to look for alternative options, which may require an additional NABI work session to discuss specifically what options are available. But my recommendation is strongly to not utilize the property as a commercial office, but to find a way to either sell it or to find another department to manage that building, such as general services or facilities, to turn that property into a Navajo Nation residential building for our leadership that come to visit to save on the cost of hotels. I hope that answers all of the questions posed so far. If there are any other questions, I stand ready to answer them. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahasteen. Committee members, I believe Ms. Cook just sent out an email that contains the report from the summer session, and it was posted to the Navajo Nation Council website at the summer session. I see in the lineup that we have Delegate Parrish. Delegate Parrish, you recognize. Then we have Delegate Toth.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Pro Tem, Delegate Slater, for recognizing me, and good afternoon to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you again to our sponsor, Speaker Curley, for sponsoring this legislation, and thank you to Mr. Mitchell for providing the presentation today. Mr. Mitchell, yesterday I asked 3 times if you would provide the Naa'bik'iyati committee the document in the priority listing for the $2.2 million that you thoroughly presented yesterday. As we have more members of the Naa'bik'iyati committee today, I would like to ask again for the record for that documentation and how that listing of priorities was determined. And I ask because I have sat through both Health, Education, Human Services Committee and some of the Resource and Development Committee Oversight budget hearings last week, and there's plenty of need across the Navajo Nation. And when the planning allocation was determined by the Budget and Finance Committee of how much each of the branches was given, from that point, there was an excess amount realized. However, the executive branch decided to, on their own, to develop a list of priorities by themselves, and that in itself, it makes me question, as a member of the Budget and Finance Committee, how legitimate the 3 chief branch agreement is, because there's a set list of priorities that was agreed upon by the 3 branches, and that goes into the BIM. So that's my first point that I want to raise. The second point is in regards to the presentation itself in the Office of the President and Vice President 2024 proposed budgets. I was looking through each of the tabs here. However, under the OPVP tab, there is no list of positions and assignments by business units. So I would like to also request that document for the committee to see the positions that the Office of the President and Vice President has, because there is a proposal to increase the number of positions. So that is important to the budgeting process, that the committee see the number of positions and also why we should consider increasing those number of positions. We understand, Mr. Mitchell, I understand as well, serving during the pandemic through the Navajo Nation government, that we are coming out of the pandemic, and I understand those needs. And that brings me to the point that Chair Vince James brought up, 2 points actually, that he brought up regarding the Office of Miss Navajo and the Office of the First Lady. The Office of Miss Navajo does not have a fund management plan, so let me correct you, Mr. Mitchell. The plan of operation was not passed by the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So as it stands, the plan of operation for the Office of Miss Navajo is still the same as it was earlier in the 2000s. And I know this because I was the serving Miss Navajo when that legislation was trying to be passed through council, so there's no way the Office of Miss Navajo can solicit funds besides, so their only funding source is the general funds. So let me correct you on stating that for the record. The second portion is that the Office of Miss Navajo did create and prepare an unmet need budget and a supplemental budget that was prepared and considered before the UUFB legislation that was presented earlier this year for the Navajo Nation Council. So, Mr. Mitchell, I know that that supplemental budget was created, but however, when that legislation was being presented before the Navajo Nation Council, that was not included in the executive branch's proposed unmet need at that time. So please, if I know you might be new to the Office of the President and Vice President, but in regards to the Office of Miss Navajo, if they can respond to those questions, that would be appreciated. Second of all, there is a change in the Office of Miss Navajo Nation's budget, and the decrease is in special transactions. If you look under special transactions, there's a decrease of $11,000. And if you look at how many activities our current Miss Navajo Nation, Miss Valentina Klitzo, has produced this year, it's because she is the first Miss Navajo to utilize the special transactions. Going into the next fiscal year, you can see that there's a change in public assistance because both of the candidates are holding bachelor's degrees. That means there's an increase in the scholarship. So that means that in order for the budget to stay balanced, the Office of Miss Navajo had to decrease in a category, which was special transactions. So if you go back to the list I keep on referring to, this list that was passed out to the committee, the Office of Miss Navajo is not included in this list of priorities. So, Mr. Arvin Mitchell, again, if we want to reward programs, departments, and divisions based on their performance, you can look at and see in this proposed budget that the Office of Miss Navajo Nation outperformed all of the executive branch offices, yet you do not reward them for that performance. So that's the second point that I want to make on the proposed budget. In regards to some of the points that Chair Vince James also raised in the Office of the First Lady, the First Lady herself cannot use the travel budget because she is not a Navajo Nation employee. So therefore, the way the budget is set up is for the First Lady's assistant. So you're asking us for increases for the travel of the First Lady's assistant. If there are any clarifications that need to be made, please make them. Other than that, those are the only points that I have to make at this time. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for providing the document.
Thank you, Shadeja. We're going to move on to Delegate Toth.
Thank you, Mr. Slater, Honorable Slater. Thanks for being the pro temp. here committee nani tleni Naa'bik'iyati. To staff no tleni to ko kilkonollo aron hidden and leni dais. Ako shit cliche na adel kidnet aro jo shislahoneda. In nadish kidoli. Did it 21.5 million sabats atnel for agree between the executive and two other branches. Senior Center iki inakidnet. How is the fund going to be used? Where is it going to? I would like to know. Because right now, senior center in certain areas, the funds for the food is not there, transportation, also the air conditioning clubs on that chon. So even at the skidole khalit of Bishop Banda Sozola. Ako eba nei na hako edigi hash. We're trying to get the Department of Health to before this HASI committee on the budget. So you need to get after them or have some assistance to them to put this budget together. Ide hot ashtaholne ko. Oyo shad even allocated that nestlin. Ash monitor that do you provide assistance idea ninch. The other question I asked yesterday was these bylaws for Veterans Advisory Council don't have a bylaws to how to conduct their meeting. They do have plan of operation, but lately there's no advisory council bylaws, so I've been asking that the director, but she has not come forth with that. Also, housing, veteran housing, spiral contract, those SWIFT Jeanette. So we've been asking the Veterans Administration Director to tell us how many is being constructed right now. Because these questions comes from the veterans themselves, elderly especially. So elderly veterans ko aid ya akwaj in dabadil kitla otskilon kilchnaha to we like to have that response. Aid yan son aban's case. The other big issue, Mr. Mitchell, since you're the acting also in that capacity, I don't know what's going to happen if Patrick Sandoval comes back in. I don't know. I just wanted to know if it's going to be, changed. The other patient is the director in Lenigi Veterans. She hasn't gone to the agency, sit down with the administration down there to explain what her goals, what her agenda is. Email that. What direction are we going down there? Some of the staff are planning to leave because the attitude of your director. She always advocates transparency. Every veterans organization meeting, they always, a question, what is the director, which direction is she going? She's no transparency, lack of communication, and every day what are Nico job and so join zindoli it is lots on lengi what are a party sin linka. She needs to get down to their level and explain to them, hey, this is what I'm going to do, this is what we're going to accomplish, this is my goal, don't need Do Janita Echo Edidi Hait Arab Hatitse Beta Hola Quidishimichanai. So if this continues, we might have to put funds on hold if this body has that authority. So because we wanted to satisfy our veterans. Although, before I end this, I'd like to make a motion to make a legislative concern, and I think the staff has a copy of my legislative concern. I'd like to make a after they read the legislative concern into the record, I will make a motion there, Pro Temp Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tolf. Give us a moment, colleagues. We're going to have that legislative concern amendment sent out. Jalissa sent it. Yeah, let's see here. You sent it out? Okay. Can you please read it into the record?
Legislative concern requested by Honorable Delegate George Tolf, the Office of the President and Vice President, BU 103001, in cooperation with the Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office, BU 103003, by the end of the first quarter of FY 2024, first quarter of FY 2023, I believe that's a typo, that should be 2024, should take all appropriate and necessary actions to address and resolve the following. Update plans of operation for Office of the President and Vice President and Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office. By the end of the quarter, note above, the responsible entities should present a written report and a verbal report, if so requested, to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee regarding the completion or ongoing status of the efforts to address and resolve the above legislative concern, which report should include an explanation of any funding shortfalls, those laws, regulations, and or policies that should be amended, or other obstacles preventing resolution of the legislative concern. Note, the Navajo Nation Council, by virtue of its legislative authority as the governing body of the Navajo Nation, may include legislative concerns in the comprehensive budget resolution that are advisory in nature and do not create any mandatory conditions for the expenditure of appropriated funds. 12 NNC Section 810M. However, legislative concerns are used to measure the performance and accomplishments of programs, and any failure to comply with a legislative concern will reflect poorly on the programs expected to address or resolve the legislative concern. Furthermore, any such failure will discourage the favorable consideration and approval of special budget allocations or supplemental appropriations requested by the program. Pro Temp Speaker, that is the legislative concern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tolf. Is that the legislative concern that you wish to offer? Can you light them up?
Yes, sir. That's the one I would like to make a motion. I'll put on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, is there a second? A second from Delegate Naa'bik'iyati. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote on legislative concern number 1, I believe. Is it on? I think you can vote now. There you go. I think everyone has voted who is in the chamber. 14 yeas, 0 nays, 4 not voting, chair included in that. So the legislative concern passes. It will be attached to legislation 198-23. Can you pull the listing up of the lineup? Thank you. We'll go, yes. Can you, wait a sec, let's get your mic working.
Question of privilege, Pro Tem. Thank you. I'd like to make a question of privilege in regards to the packet that we have before us as it stands now. I consider it as it being an incomplete packet. And due to that fact, Honorable Parrish made a notion on here in regards to the office of the president and vice president. And so right now we do not have the listing attached under the OPVP. And so with that, since it's in the BIM booklet, the Budget Instruction Policy Manual of what needs to be provided in this packet, OPVP section is missing the listing of position and assignments by business unit. When will we receive that copy? How soon can you get that copy to us of the listing of position and assignments by business unit number for the OPVP section? And that is going to be my question of privilege. If it's going to take a while, maybe we can make a motion to recess until we obtain that document to make it a complete budget packet for us. So I'd like to make that my question of privilege, Pro Tem Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe at the standing committees there is no question of privilege, and I just reviewed our standing committee rules of order. The issue that you brought up, so you got a freebie for a few minutes, but the issue that you brought up we can address, and I believe that Mr. Rico just sent out the information that you're interested in obtaining. So if you have further questions on that, you can ask that during your regular time, or if there's more information you need, you can come up, approach me, and we'll talk while someone else is presenting. And then they're printing, printed copies? Okay. So we're going to move on to Chair Jesus. You're recognized.
Pro Temp Speaker Slater, and also to members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Madam Speaker, for bringing Office of the President and Vice President proposed FY24 budget to the Council. Shanat Ani, Mr. Mitchell Hiha. Kodo na dishkirigi kodo based on das sohogi kodo not sos bakat na has sohogi Shabahonos and Ashonda Resources and Development Committee last week budget meetings, all the divisions that we oversee, including gaming, the Water Rights Commission. All week, and as chair of Resources and Development Committee, the divisions are the ones that need the money to fulfill the duties and responsibilities that are stipulated in the plan of operation for every division. Some of the divisions that RDC has oversight were fortunate enough to update their plan of operation with 24th RDC. We had requested them to come back and update their plan of operation. Office of the President and Vice President. Non-nation linigin khas lahagi eya kodon kik ein hidna across the Great Navajo Nation, Naa'bik'iyati ahagi khajopa inzan. Akoko, when I look at this budget and looking back, you know, when you plan for program activities and whatnot, there's always that concept of 80-20 or 70-30 concept with any budget, meaning that your personnel budget should be way lower and you provide more of the services. According to budget, it's flipped the other way, where a lot more monies are being requested for personnel. I see that you have the President's office has a total of 27 employees right now, and of that 27, 17 of them are the executive staff assistants, and there's another request for 3 more individuals. There's other programs that are in need of additional positions because they are literally short-staffed. President's office will not, you're pretty much making that directive to these divisions to fulfill, you know, the goals and objectives that are stipulated in their Form 2. If we're just funding more of the President's office with more additional funding. So if you look on page 4 of 9 of the President's budget, it's asking for 3 new positions totaling $239,000. But then when you go to the ARPA budget of the external contract and grant funding, ARPA of 2021, HR 1319, and that Form 6E, there's personnel expenses of $8.4 million. So with that, I don't know if the President can just use the ARPA to supplement, you know, the positions. And then also under your unmet needs, you're requesting for more positions for other offices. To Navajo Hopi Land Commission. And then you have funding for additional staffing under the office of Miss Navajo. Baka Ado Inda Dene Uranium Remediation Advisory 2. Personnel, Ado Administrative Assistant, Operating the Baka. Why can't those 3 positions be supplemented through the ARPA and the funding that's being requested at $239 be put into these positions that as attached as Exhibit E on the legislation be supplemented in that area. Number 1 behadis ado na kinet nanas sohigi a budget. Under page 5 of 9, under personnel travel, $100,000 because it's not itemized correctly like a lot of these forms that these Navajo Nation departments or divisions would submit. Under the level detailed 6E 3220 personnel travel, because then of course the level 7 come in 32, 40, 50, 60, and 90. There's really no specific dollar amount that would equal to that $100,000. But I just did my calculation, $8,333.33 a month is how much is on average Office of President's Office is going to be spending. But we've got to remember, we've got community, our constituents of the great Navajo Nation that come to Window Rock that want to sit down with President's office or maybe even the executive staff assistants to address certain issues. Oftentimes, the problem is that everyone is out there somewhere and so that is being missed. So I'm just very curious, you know, I know that there's agency councils, chapter meetings. I don't know if this is where a lot of the staff are going to go, But I really think that in terms of the personal travel, that needs to be specifically itemized in terms of these 4 level 7 accounts. Because again, these are general funds. This is public funds. Our people have the right across the great Navajo Nation to learn and understand how these monies are being utilized and what is the anticipated outcome at the end. Are we just traveling because we just want to travel and be seen out there? Or are we traveling to really provide services to the people like we had said we were going to fulfill upon, running for office? And I'm only reiterating this because yesterday I was over at Twin Arrows at One River, One Voice Summit. And these are questions that are being asked. And I think that, as public elected officials and even as political appointees, we really have to keep ourselves, in tune with what we were hired for and not deviate from it. So I'm going to ask if you can itemize the 3220, 3250, 3216, 3290 level 7 accounts. Budget. You show the people how you want to spend this money and you itemize it. And then the last one is under Navajo Nation Washington office. I know that the staff there are diligently working, for Office of the President in terms of all these congressional legislation and activities that go on in DC. So I know that they've requested for an additional position, and maybe off of the additional 3 positions that OPVP administration is requesting for, maybe that can also be supplemented there. So there's ways to give and take. You can't have all of it. That was what I was told. You have to give and take. And I do appreciate you coming before council to present OPVP budget. And thank you, and back to you, Pro Temp Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Jesus. We've had comments from Delegate Parrish, comments and a motion from Delegate Toth, a freebie to Delegate James, and a set of comments and questions from Delegate Jesus. So I'm going to return to our presenter to respond to the questions and to the agent. Speaker, do you want to go directly to Mr. Mitchell, or do you have comments you'd like to offer?
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair, for this, for the opportunity to respond to the questions. I'm going to return the floor, since there were specifically this question to the Executive Office's budget. I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you. Ado na ito kitigi asiniota na ani itlo na ito kit. Don leden hitten na asini ika isa asin all the 3 branches. We need to ask those questions. So we have 3 branches of government. So in that the kit khalit peso chita Khalid chita pati Naa'bik'iyati. Kato snand Honorable Parish da dikit. Do tana bahis na so. But before I go into that that request, they need trasni. Ishin adan dacha. Do anta kato 2.8. 2.8 to give na dikit them 2.8 million. Yesterday, I covered this topic. When back in March or April, when the revenue projection was realized, that sets the pace for the budget development. So since I've been here a number of years, the three branches of government, you have the president, the speaker, the chief justice. Since most of the operation is in those branches, they provided the recommendation. Though meaning there'll be an agreement saying that this is how we like to utilize. This is how we want to cut the pie. So this year, there was an agreement that was signed. To me, it's a very important document. Like I said, it sort of sets the stage on how to allocate these monies. Maybe next year we can start at a zero-based budgeting. Zero base for all branches of government. So we can get to that level. Just a historic allocation. So June 28th and signed earlier. So during that time, the executive branch, 120,390,000. That was what came out of those meetings. The legislative branch, 18 million. Judicial branch, 18 million. Chapter non-admin, 13 million. The external fund match, 4.5 million. Although fixed costs, 26 million. When you add all those up, it comes out to 101 million. So that was the revenue, that projected revenue, and then also the 40 million from the permanent trust fund. So the 120 million given to the president, executive branch. So administration priorities. No. Legislative speaker how to allocate. The judicial so it's other seats the budget again. Although it went to a Budget and Finance Committee where a resolution needs to be put in place. So during that time, they moved the grazing official, the land board, and the farm board from natural resource into fixed costs. So that took the money, the 3 million, from those three departments. So a fixed cost, just like the chapter official. So the 120 went down to 117, although the fixed costs went up to 29 million. So the 117 that Budget and Finance Committee per resolution approved the allocation. The executive branch, legislative branch, the same way, judicial. So although yesterday I covered the budget development format that I sent out, which covered some priorities within the administration, economy, public safety, health and social services, also natural resources and environment. Could I mention Ishla? Although the other one is the vision division's individual strategic plan. Kagoshe ya direct service. Bendash ko ya peso again that was such a shwana. So the kapina ite kidigi the 2.8 HOA President Basalat no need part of his 117 million. Judicial and legislative, that's 18 million. On here, the branch chief, how they're going to allocate. So there was an increase of 2.2 million from last year to this year. Increase of revenue, 2.2 million. Although on top of that, a 0.5 is what we held back from divisions. You know, that's probably the minimum that I've seen in a number of years. You know, at the most I've seen held back was 20% by then President Hale. That all went to the chapters. So they gave the one that 20% now. So that 0.5 created a 2.8. So did the data siginigi kon nasso. Although a lot of them, which I also mentioned yesterday, is the decrease of indirect costs. Facility maintenance had the biggest decrease of 500 plus thousand. Although DOJ at 400 plus thousand, a decrease in IDC. Also, the other impact that I mentioned yesterday is the personnel lapse. FY22, we had a personnel lapse. Personnel GWA for all employees. Last year, also, personnel lapse we covered there. So this year, although we had an FY23 GWA of 5% last year, so this year, that's not within the allocation. So Budget and Finance Committee, through the 3-branch agreement, requested Budget and Finance Committee to utilize the personnel lapse to cover the costs of last year's increase. So programs that have a lot of personnel, they have a bigger impact. So hopefully that will be part of the allocation going forward. It was part of the allocation where we didn't have to redo the budgets. So that's the other impact that we had. So based on the executive branch allocation, 117 million. Although facility maintenance, 170,000, to offset some of the IDC decrease, and also hopefully we can get monies out of the personnel lapse, so it can go back up to what they lost. Although the 137 for rule addressing, we have ARPA out there, just the money. Although we need staff to get this in place, because it's not just putting address posts out there. You have to do center line. I don't know what that is. In the GWA's like this. Anyway, they said like that, yeah. So they have to. That's more technical. It's not just putting posters out there with address sign. So the solid waste law. A number of years ago, that was taken out of the budget. So they were trying to restart. So off that 21 million, the three branches, in the three-branch agreement, they stated that they recommended to use social centers and educate us. So hopefully this solid waste and then rural addressing can be added. So we told the divisions that put them in your unmet need. Put them in your unmet need. We still have how many more stop Budget and Finance Committee? The main Navajo Nation Council. So is the three branch chiefs to use the 21.5 million. Although all the way down, the Attorney General, the reduction in IDC, Office of the Controller, although NDOT, 500,000. A lot of times when there's an emergency, not jail, especially during the winter months. Some of these counties are nearby the emergency. There's some cost share in that. I know that there's MOU that's in place on the Arizona side. Although Apache County, I think, is being finalized. To use some of these cost sharing, using their monies to buy supplies, fuel, if we need operators or whatever. So also on the New Mexico side. Although the other one that we told them is, there's heavy equipment at the chapters. Because there's no operators. Although there's no maintenance being done on these heavy equipments. So let's start utilizing these equipment. So need be maybe feed some money into this area too, because a lot of times, all you hear is a teen, and then although trash. It said that previously it used to be water lines and power lines. They need clout because of the ARPA and a lot of the projects that were put in place. You see. Although Navajo Nation Band, this was an oversight of the divisions. They didn't put monies into the Navajo Nation Band, so they're not. When we reallocate, we gave some money. They have that money. OMB, Dodie, those were just to offset a little offset for the IDC reduction. Although DED for site improvement, this is where additional money might be needed too. There's a lot of business site leases out there, especially for trading posts. Although they need to be redeveloped. So they have the infrastructure already. All it needs is to be redeveloped and all that. So to put start moving on those, and if money can be put in this line item, that'll be great. Although Department personnel and all the way down, those are just some offsets. Although offset the president and vice president in budget, need although under the personnel, Let me also cover Jesus the question. I think her question. Let me cover it under this topic. I think her question was the personnel within Office of the President and Vice President. I know that last year, 827, which is the same number, FY 20. I think it was the same number for FY 22. So the three additional it's vacant. So the thought is You know, we want them to work individually with divisions. Although, you know, there's since with the ARPA, there's a lot more that division directors have to concentrate on, the external monies and all the others. So we want to help division. Although the other one is having staff at the agency working with the chapters and all that. Although we have 2 individuals over at the president's office who takes care of constituents services. So anybody that stops by and all that. So honestly, because the pandemic is out and then people needing assistance. So we have staff over there that handles those. Although we do referrals and all that. So staff in the although this ties into the other question that you have, which is the F4 OPVP. When you go to Form 6, F4F office, that's really Tom Platero office. So they're already over there. F4F in that. It's just that the OPVP is sort of like the oversight to that office. Although yesterday I stated that there's nine business unit within the ARPA. But looking at it again, doing cross-check, we took out 3. 3 really belongs to legislative branch. So so 6 is being covered by having a little bit of oversight by OPVP. So I think one of the question was,
Can you pause for a second?
On leaders and I George, Councilman talked in the division of health. The budget we'll revisit now.
Wait, it's still, just wait a second.
There was a memorandum that came out of the Department of Justice that was concurred by Legislative Council. Dito at the ARPA a memorandum just when the divisions was just when they were gonna go to oversight. So they had to make a rush job to get all these K accounts into the budgets. Although Division of Health is probably one of the divisions that have a lot of K accounts, external. IHS, all those K accounts. I think the other division that has a lot of K accounts is natural resource. Although community development with the chapter projects. So the K account, the Division of Health, and also the director I need to hire Ilya, right when the budget was starting. So even now so Thursday so that was one of the reasons. Although they need OMB needs memo this is within your oversight, So based on that, we developed the budget. So you'll see it on Form 1. The external bakage. So that's where we saw that 3 didn't need to be under OPVP, a legislative branch. So what I was telling Office of OMB just recently, a while ago, is that we really need to get a handle on this ARPAG because we have to develop a comprehensive number. So at Budget and Finance Committee, hopefully before they adjourn their budget, we should have a comprehensive number because we don't want to be doubling what we have here and then it's captured on another budget. So Mr. Totten, so that's really under Tom's office. Let's just capture under us. Then there's others, the other 6 accounts. On that one again. The other one, going back to this sheet here. Immediate Washington office, and they keep the lease and rental. They were only budgeted for 6 months, 5 or 6 months. We needed the extra money in any so so when you add this up, it's 2.8, which is part of President's own 117 million, own 117 million. Although under the branch agreement, there's in one of the section the 21.5 million. They made their recommendation. The other question is the Office of Miss Navajo, their management plan. I was trying to think back on the outside, so we like to probably pick that up so they can have that opportunity to do contribution, fund management plan, contribution and all that. We cover a lot of their expense when it comes to fair time during the budget. I just asked a question to one of the staff. I said, what happened to Miss Navajo's request? So you're all right. I came back after that. So that was just a thing that I heard. Although special transaction and also the increase of the scholarship again. So any of the unmet needs, so where to use it is the 21.5. So you can make it into your, I think it's Exhibit E of the budget packet. The other one, Mr. Tottenham answer is the external budget. We're ready to go to oversight when we got the memorandum to include. What I heard when I came back is that it changed the we don't need to include the external. No, then it's all right, fine, it's good. But because on Form 1, I said, you need to keep including the external because it sort of captures in a snapshot your budget external. Form 6, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Individual K account. Your thin binder will become a thick binder. So I was saying, that's good if you take out the 16. Then the memorandum came out that we had to include it. So Budget and Finance Committee, I think we really need to work on the BIM. The last major change that we did was the chapters when we gave it as a grant. They don't have to do the budget. Basically, we'll get the budget in return. Not going through the process and all that, because that was a lot of work. Although the other one is lowering the level of detail. I think next year we need to lower the level of detail again, because I still see a lot of budget transfers. Although budget in OMB, in his internal criteria, that he only allows 2 budget transfer. So a lot of times it impacts that on the shed. You have to wait another month. So lowering the line level of detail help. Community development. When the chapter just to do a budget transfer to buy more nails material, you had to do it was a detail in there. Today we lowered it. It covers a lot of items, so we might have to lower that level of detail for budget instruction manual next year. Although other areas, maybe if we can start 2 weeks earlier, that would really help, because it's a lot of work for these divisions to do budgets and just to put everything in place. We only had 3 or 4 days to get this budget turnaround this year. Although Mr. Tolkien, senior center, yesterday, they're supposed to submit unmet needs. Maybe Thursday you might request them. In the senior center, a lot of them, senior center facility, we can't really cover it under the operating, because it's usually a lot of money. Either it's covered through this 21.1 or other funding source, like the citizen, the other funding source. Although the other one is so I'll tell the director on Thursday when they present, make sure that it's in their unmet needs. Although Veterans Advisory Bylaw, I'll check into it with the director. Although although veteran housing, I know that there's 2 contracts, and I believe that they probably might be ready to go, since they have 2 contracts in place for the housing again. We're trying to speed up the process. I know that last year these monies were put in place, although because of supply issues, although the veterans director need to go to the agencies and all that, so we'll make sure that we'll sit down with her. Although the legislative concern, yesterday I covered this too. I know that it's part of OMB's report. Although OPVP, we need to update our plan of operation. Although we're sort of, Mr. Government development, that office, so we don't sort of tie into what the plan is. I know that I think the legislative branch speaker's office has a plan of operation in place that's going through the system. Although youth development, it was ready to go now. Although executive protection, though, it came across over here, it's ready to be dropped for legislation. But we just needed to update OPVP, though, Navajo Hopi. Mr. Tope. Jesus, I answered some of them. Personnel, I know that a good ratio is 80-20. 80-20 is probably a good ratio to have. as Navajo, as our government, you know, a lot of times 90-10, because we're still people driven. We're still people driven and all that. Although with the broadband and everything, hopefully we're more into technology and all that. So what they like to see, you know, people in person and all that. So 90-10, 80-20 is good ratio. 80-20 is good ratio. 75-35 is good. 70-30 is probably good. So the personnel, your ratio, you are right. The 80-20 is probably a good one to work with. Although personally, working with divisions, although at the agencies, and then we need to expand on this ARPA. Although, you know, a lot of our Navajo constituents are starting to come around again here to the president's office. A lot of them are related to COVID, missing whatever. So we're trying to help them. Although the 8.4 million that you see on the ARPA, that is really Mr. Tom Platero's office. ARPA, that's the personnel line item. Though the other one, I did see it here, that itemized, and then on the other, you know, I'll have them itemize it, and when we get to Budget and Finance Committee, switch out idoli. The comment, which is I do believe, which is, you know, the base of the general funds in the you know, I usually make presentations at agency council meeting. So, you know, she behind that, she don't let it in his peso to does in, although it don't need in behind that. So, kidnap space and dollar. Although President does his radio address, so once all this is done, I'll probably do a report based on us. So, $1,000. I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know that kidding. You know, you expect these questions. Some of them are, you know, hard questions and all that. So even although you start doing extra work, you get a nap. So with that, Pro Temp Chair, that'll be my response.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. We're going to move on down to Delegate Azeret, and then I know that we have Delegate James and Delegate Parrish back in the queue, but I'd like to provide an opportunity for delegates to speak for the first time since we have been on the legislation for almost 2 hours. And then we'll return to Delegate James and Delegate Parrish. And so that'd be Delegate Charles Newton and Delegate Claw. So Delegate Azeret, you have the floor.
Yate, although here, Pro Tem Slater, although Shinandai, Mr. Mitchell, here and Kainyado, Speaker Curley, here last no although teacher, to other Naso Tanigi, here council delegates, your colleagues, here, Joe I is a Ligo, and that dog kid, although she has of dog quiet, Bakada Slane or you. I don't behata so Z to Mr. Mitchell here now I don't get you 9 Z to on the old data I want to go ahead and bring these up the same way and make sure it's put on record that I did ask these questions. Called data ninch kid divisions by all these different departments. Yeah, we don't have any amount that was allocated to them, so we really don't know what kind of monies they're using each 110 chapters. Yeah, especially OMB, so we can determine what needs to be done, what needs to be asked on those. Then from there on, then they can really ask some of these questions. Yeah, the veterans, veterans, I thought Mr. Tothia, some of the veterans, based on that, then we're talking about supplemental budget. Yeah, when it's getting too late. So allocation, I know there's a 2% for the 4% that's being talked about. The 2% for benefits and all of that. The division director, the allocations, each one of these chapters get an allocation on the number of veterans. Yeah. Veteran meeting other queen 4, 5, 6, or 7. Yeah, 8 peso budget if they had 80 veterans go. Yeah, the rest of them and we need to get something done on that and make sure that the division director brings that out and make sure it's equal. Yeah, the same ones that get the benefits from that. Budget case so budget only 8 case so executive protection service by entity behind the contractual services. But my question to you is why are you using private protection agency? Our policemen would probably be costing less than what's happening with these contractors. Or maybe there's a savings behind that. Records management. Yeah. In their warehouse caught on fire a couple of weeks ago. 2-3 weeks ago, and all the records are in there, stored in there, and stuff like that. And they don't have enough funds to get that straightened out. The fire system, it never came on, and to this day, I said on case. The office they don't have enough money for machines upgrading the machines, and we're pushing them really hard from the legislation, from the executives division. Yeah, copy this, make this for me, and so those are the reasons why I like to see some of the department's budget basically not also from the executive side. Veterans, Mr. Tothia had housing by Yati. And they click it to wide rooms housing by Yan under the on Ganji Yanda and the Osa. There's no roof on it and all of that stuff. We don't see any of that stuff. So although the executive staff by entity listing Kenya, 3 more employees. They need money for 3 more employees. Exhibit E go ya. What's the difference between the salaries? I mean, what is still in the same code and section? What's the difference between them? I mean, you could save some of that money, or does one have to be in gold, or they have to be wearing jewelry, or this amount? How do you come up with these type of amounts? I know this is probably confidential information, yeah. What's the difference between some of this stuff? On the budget, so I just want to make sure that we understand what's going on, and maybe tell us a little bit salary difference, why it's like that. So I'm not going to go any further than what I felt like needs to be brought up. Mr. Mitchell. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate Azeret. We're going to move to Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem, and thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for coming back. I apologize that we lost quorum yesterday. And then Speaker and Chair Pro Tem, I apologize. Law and Order Committee was having their budget meeting, which is why we came in late, so I apologize for that. We did recess until tomorrow. I had several questions, and I'm trying to write them all down, and I'll be happy to send you an email. And if they don't get answered before it comes to council, I'll be asking the same questions on the record at council. I did notice that there are OPVP, the FRF budget has a contractual service in their K account for $12,744,324. Can we get a list of those contracts that are being paid out or that we currently have agreements with? And these are under contractual services. There is also $15,000 that's allowed for merit and bonus pay under the DC office. Can we get explanation as to how that merit pay and bonus pay gets paid out? Under the DC office, $49,884 for consulting fees. Who are the consultants? And this is pertaining to, I believe it's the Washington DC House. There is that consulting fee that's located under that overhead of the House. Again, Navajo Nation, Washington DC office, $100,000 for office furniture. $50,000 for travel expenses, and it says mandatory division directors meeting. This is for 1 year. $50,000 for travel expenses. So I'd like that also explained as well. I also noticed that in the 2023 budget for the Office of the President and Vice President, they got $2,445,076. This current, under the Nigrin Montoya administration, there's been an increase for a request of $3,288,622. Perhaps you've already explained the reason for the increase, but if I can get clarification on why there's an increase in that office specifically. In addition to that, in 2023, the Office of the President and Vice President had 17 executive staff assistants, 1 legal counsel, 1 chief of staff, and 3 administrative assistants. Now it looks like per the 2024 budget request, you're asking for an additional 3 positions. So does that mean that's going to be 20 executive staff assistants? How many of those are for the vice president? And I ask this question because I've been hearing rumors, and maybe you can address these rumors, but it sounds like the vice president's not being treated very well. So I want to know, of these 20 executive staff assistants, how many are for the vice president, how many for the president? Going back to the Navajo Nation Washington office, there was an increase of $170,000, which the Washington office received last year, and now it's $438,400. And I know that you did state that a lot of that has to do with the rental cost. I'm looking at last year's budget. Rental cost for the Washington office, the building was $35,000 a month. So I want to know, has that increased, and what are we getting for that increase? Because keep in mind, Mr. Mitchell, that we have a Washington DC house, and now we're paying for a Washington DC office. I know that Mr. Ahastin did explain that they were going to renew their contract. I believe it's for a 10-year contract with 5 years, eligible for them to get out of the lease. I've never heard of a 10-year contract. I mean, even with vehicles, you're at 72 months, which is 5 years. So if you can explain a little bit more about the contract for the office, I think that would help in terms of seeing that increase for the Washington DC office, because that's more than double. Going back to the office of the First Lady, there was an increase, a $75,000 increase. The former First Lady's travel expenses was $13,000, but now it's $20,000. The former First Lady's supplies to today, currently, the increase is $10,000. Consulting fees have increased to $20,000. Your special transactions, which includes your promotional items, your public relations, and your refreshments, all of that has increased. I believe that during the Naslizer administration, that amount was $10,000, and now it's $30,794. What I'm trying to get to, Mr. Mitchell, is it looks like this administration is putting the First Lady before the Vice President of the Navajo Nation. And I hope that that's not the case. I am seeing in black and white the increases with no explanation as to why the First Lady is getting $75,000 increase in her budget. I need an explanation for that, because the Vice President and the President are elected officials. The First Lady is not an elected official. The First Lady does not have the same responsibility as the President and the Vice President, nor does she have the same responsibility as a council delegate. And I think that, just to be clear, I had the same issue with the Naslizer administration, but I do not believe, and I'm double checking now, I do not believe that there was an increase in the First Lady's office. And today we're seeing a $75,000 increase. So I think somebody needs to explain to the President that yes, she is his wife. However, she is not elected, and she does not hold the same responsibilities as an elected official. So we need justification for the $75,000 increase, especially for the supply increase, the consulting fees, the special transaction going from $10,000, so it's a $20,000 increase that they're asking for. For what? Promotional items for what? She's the First Lady. What kind of items are needed to promote her office? Again, she is not an elected official. So I'm going through the budget right now, and I'm looking at all of the increases that are happening with all of our budgets, and I need explanation. Because right now, the President's budget to me is a red vote. Keep in mind that we just recently approved an increase in his traveling funds. What I have seen from this administration, from President Nygren, is travel, wave, kiss the babies, leave. That is not why we elected him as president. We need him to get to work and to stop traveling. The $75,000 increase Dana, I would like to make an amendment to remove that $75,000 increase and put it back down to what the fiscal year 2023 budget was for the First Lady. I don't see any reason in here to increase, and I especially don't see any reason for her office to be treated better than our Vice President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate Charles Newton. I'm just going to ask that you work with Ms. Bobroff to do the forms so we can document it, and then she can put it into amendment format. And just a reminder, I think if you're reducing it from somewhere, the money theoretically has to go somewhere else. So we're going to move on to, I believe it was Delegate Claw, and then we're going to go back to Delegate James and Delegate Parrish, but it looks like Delegate Parrish might have removed herself. So Delegate Claw, Shanella.
Oh, yeah, Shanella was based. You really match sitting up there. Thank you for leading us today. Ada Kuna, Mr. Mitchell, Ada Shadeja, Speaker Curley, and I believe that most of the questions were covered by my honorable colleagues. The one area that I do want to draw attention to is the Navajo Youth Advisory Council. And in here, under Business Unit 103021, General Funds, which is 100% funded in the amount of $50,000. So I just wanted to find out what is the priority for this group. How are they working with our OPVP? In addition to that, if you could let us know if you do have all of the positions filled. Just a few months ago, I understand there were some vacancies. And then also, who is the direct oversight for this specific group? And I believe that this council was created with the intention of them becoming advisors, not only to the OPVP, but for the 3-branch government. And so I wanted to find out if you do have a written report from our Youth Advisory Council, and if not, if that report can be provided at the next, during our council when you present again. And so those are just the questions that I have. And then in here, I did notice on your program performance measurements that under performance measurement number 1, it says will promote workshops for all participants focusing on Diné teachings and youth issues. If you could just explain why there is no numbers recorded for the first and third quarter. So those would be my questions for you, Mr. Mitchell. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Shanella, Honorable Carl Slater. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's see here. We have Delegate Charles Newton, Delegate Claw. Let's go ahead and go back to the presenters. Speaker Curley and Mr. Mitchell, you're recognized to respond to the delegates that have asked questions.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. Refer the questions over to Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, no, although Kadona Day Kitigation and I'm Mr. Ezra. It's a base master, Anna from White Rooms like to Hawk. That's the Lupton Tessa. Jay Bata yet, Nelly, that's not it. It's in Kaja Night Kitty. For this oversight right now that we're in, which is the Naa'bik'iyati Committee oversight. They have 2 oversights, which is the executive office and then also legislative branch. So his question was the other departments, 110 chapters, budget, no. So that probably, not probably, but that went to RDC as an oversight. Although where it'll come back to this body is after Budget and Finance Committee completes their hearing. Today, next week, so when that's complete, then it comes back as a comprehensive budget. And also it'll come back in a form of a Budget and Finance Committee resolution. Thereafter, a Navajo Nation Council. So there's two more stops that will happen. It could open that they could get 110. I also covered the chapter budgets yesterday. The non-admin, PEP, housing discretionary, that was part of the 3-branch agreement when they were doing the allocation. 13 million, although it goes into the 50-50 formula based on the Appropriations Act. Although the other one, 11 million, but it's only for chapter personnel. And they were short funded by 900 and something thousand. But we got that out of community development. So next year at this time, when we start the budget, we need to make sure that the office personnel at the chapter is at 100%. So it stayed at that level for a number of years. And the GWA finally caught up with them. So next year when we're doing the budget, doing the allocation Sunday, so that should be part of the allocation. Although the other one, which since I'm in that area, I'm crowded in the seniors. I don't lay that Mr. Tote in the seniors in later Bajian and Dati. What I would propose, which I will work on, is off the top, but it's not sure, like the chapter non-admin, fixed costs. So that way, they're not part of the discretionary, because they're all discretionary, not really mandatory. Like fixed costs, they're mandatory. So so we take care of our seniors out there. The chapter personnel. Although one of these other question was the EPS. Although we have one law enforcement, although the other 4 has some experience in law enforcement. Contract, then again, they're regular personnel. Although the new plan of operation will be probably coming before the oversight, which is Naa'bi. Later 164B, so it's waiting for legislation. So the EPS. Although maybe the budget for legislative branch, maybe you can piggyback off of that plan of operation. Although the other one that he mentioned is the records department, the copying, issuing oversight of Hesibin that they kid, but like I said, it'll be coming back to Naa'bi. Although the question of personnel, although, as office of the president and vice president, although in the office of the speaker, although there's others like DOJ, although Washington office, but mainly for the office of the president, vice president, and also the speaker's office. political appointee, no, serving at the pleasure of the president, hot office, could you throw out a legislative branch? So you know, you'll see different numbers and all that. Issue leisure personnel because I type in personnel. The PAF signed that into the system. So the other three that it's vacant. So that'll be my response to Mr. Ezra. Why is it different than because of being a political appointee? It's a lot of work being a political appointee. It's a lot of stress because you really don't have a recourse when you're let go. You know, you can come in at 8 o'clock and be, so, okay, today at 5 is going to be your last day. So, political appointee. You know, you go Saturday and Sunday. You go more than the normal hours for a regular employee. So when you really break that down, actually, if you go by 40 hours, 80 hours pay per it, then probably high, but you know, you log in over 100 hours, 7 days a week and all that. So as a political appointee. Miss Newton, I did kidigishan and the FRF. I did talk to Mr. Tom Platero. I said I have 999 accounts, which it went down to 6 accounts. So I'll probably need to meet with him and probably do a written response because I don't want to give you not the right information because I haven't really sat down to look at these F4F account. Mr. Patero, and then also you stated that you'll go ahead and email me those questions and then we can provide a response. Some of these probably be respond through writing on some of these items that some of these questions that was stated. So Ms. Newton on the contract. Like I said, I talked to OMB. I don't know if you were here when I stated that. I said, looking at our budget, we found that 3 belong to legislative branch. So we took that and so we'll need an amendment for that. And I also stated that this memo came out that we have to include all this. So it was really a rush job that OMB did. So my recommendation is Budget and Finance Committee, when they do conclude all their hearings, maybe half a day, a full day, concentrate on the F4F, making sure that like the ones that I found in my OPVP, like I said yesterday, there was nine K counts, but then I found that 3 belong to Speaker's office. One of them is Navajo Nation Code at 600,000. So so that's why we took that out. So we'll be waiting for the amendment on that one. So there might be some of that in other divisions, and I'm glad that LOC caught that. So it budget so and then comparing to what I had yesterday. So we really need to do a review on it. Although some of the questions, Navajo Nation Washington office, they were on the line earlier. So I'll go ahead and, Pro Temp Chair, turn that over to Washington office on the question of the merit pay of 15K, consultant 47,000. Also, office furniture at 100,000, travel at 50,000.
Mr. Ahustin, are you still on the line?
I am Pro Tem Speaker Slater.
Thank you. We'll recognize you to respond to the questions from Delegate Charles Newton. Thank you.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Charles Newton, for posing those questions. So I want to start off with the merit pay. We budgeted merit pay because there are, our staff members here in the office, they have been working very long hours. Some have also, gone without a step increase for some time now. So that merit pay is there in the event that their performance evaluations over the next year, depending on their performance, would be used to reward them for their hard work that they put into advancing a lot of the priorities of the Navajo Nation. In terms to the consulting fees, we do have over $49,000 budgeted over the next fiscal year, and this is important to a lot of the work that we do to include our campaigns for the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, preparing one-pagers, getting press releases drafted, also working with other advocacy groups, getting letters drafted. That's one campaign. Other campaigns include Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation. We also have two law firms that we primarily work with, which is Holland & Knight and Hobstraustein & Walker, who also help prepare comments in regards to tribal consultations that the nation participates in. In terms of the furniture cost for $100,000, NNWO, we haven't purchased new furniture. Primarily, to be honest, our conference table broke. So we are without a conference table. We have 3 conference table chairs that are also broken and need replacement. And we didn't purchase any new furniture because we didn't know what the state of the Washington House would be. And now that we know the state, and now that we know that we're not moving in anytime soon, it now be worthwhile to invest into some new furniture and equipment to include desk and computer equipment because we have some outdated computer software here that we need in order to maintain our operations. In terms of the rent, so you'll note that last year we only budgeted $170,000 for rent, but as I had indicated earlier, that $117,000 should have been $340,000. $170,000 was rent for 6 months that was budgeted because the previous executive director did not think that we would maintain this office space and that we would be on the 11D property. However, due to the challenges in getting the inspection report and the structural engineering report, we have passed that and we have moved money into that account to cover the rent for the rest of this year. And we're also looking for funding in our current budget to try to encumber the cost to help assist with the transition if we don't get a budget passed on time. So what should have been $340,000 was not budgeted. So the lease for the Navajo Nation Washington office does expire this year because we had been on a month-to-month basis, but only for up until September. So with that, we are in the process of negotiating a new lease. And the way that we had it structured is we initially looked at what the timeline may be, even if we were to make investments into the Navajo Nation Washington house to use that as a commercial office property, which in my report to the Navajo Nation Council in the summer session, I recommended against because there was just too many deficiencies and too many risks to staff and employees to put them in a commercial building that hasn't been fully renovated yet. With that actually would increase to $420,000, and under our current lease, we pay $55 per square foot for 6,194 square feet. With the new agreement, we would be paying $45 a square foot for 9,174 square feet. It gets a increase of about $6,000 a month or $80,000 a year. So the total year cost would be $420,000 in the new space. And the reason we're looking for a new space is because the current office isn't able to accommodate the visitors that we do have. One of the things that we were looking at into doing is partnering with the Office of Vital Records and Navajo Native Voting Registration to provide actual services from this office for folks, because we've gotten numerous calls for service in regards to CIBs, to updating one's voting registration, or even having a location to vote for our local DC Navajo, which we estimated about 1,500 people based off of events that we've done and those subscribed to our newsletters. So we are looking at providing those services, but we're also looking into adding a cultural center that has cultural resources so that we can actually educate members of Congress on this, on what Navajo is, who the Navajo people are, and why we need to advance a lot of the different initiatives that we're currently pursuing. Anywhere from Navajo history textbooks to artifacts that would help support NAGPRA, and other resources that we can readily access and provide that, or invite members of Congress and their staff to our office so that they can review some of those resources, kind of bringing a little bit of the Navajo Nation closer to Congress. So that was the intent behind those increases. And in terms of the travel budget, that has seen an increase because, we're no longer in a COVID era where a lot of the consultations were previously conducted in a virtual setting. Now that we're moving to a more in-person or hybrid model, there is a need to travel more to various consultations, to include the Tribal Interior Budget Council, to include the Office of Violence Against Women, consultation, to include other federal agencies, including Department of Transportation, Department of Justice, and having a presence, as well as the Secretary's Tribal Advisory Committees. Those are normally known to be in different states throughout the year, but also to help with the professional development of our staff. There are some conferences that our staff members do attend, such as FedBar, for any of our staff members who are attorneys who need continuing education credits. So we look for opportunities for our staff members to also enhance their professional development. In terms of double paying on rent, that I want to clarify that we are not double paying on any rent. Yes, we do pay for the office here, but there is only a one-time charge annually for the Washington House, and that is a personal property tax bill, which is roughly $20,000 a year. So that's kind of the where we're at right now. Based off the report that I had submitted to the summer session, I don't recommend occupying the building for commercial use. Right now, there is no variance, but the minute that we start making modifications, we have to choose whether to make that a commercial or a residential variance, and a commercial variance would be very hard to obtain. So we would probably need to obtain a residential variance and utilize that property for residential purposes, for which, and like I suggested earlier, maybe this requires another NABI work session specifically on the Washington House to figure out what our options are. But as of right now, my recommendation is not to utilize it for any office purpose. If we want to use it for a residential purpose where our visiting Navajo officials can utilize the property instead of getting a hotel room, that's an option that we can explore. But anything outside of that, I would recommend against. I hope that answers your questions. Look forward to answering any other questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Point of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. Chair Pro Tem, I call this a point of order under Rule 19 of the Standing Committee Rules of Order, where remarks may lie outside the established bounds of the committee. In this case, I believe that we can call a point of order in instances where we do ask a question and maybe wrong information or misinformation has been provided to us. In this case, I want to make known that misinformation has been provided to this council by the Washington, D.C. office. As I was frantically writing down my notes, I did ask about the $49,000 consulting fees. If you look at the budget And if you look specifically at page 10 of 12, there is under the 6,000 series, repairs and maintenance, it does say annual external contractors needed for maintenance for the Navajo Nation Embassy. And under that, you have, under the object code, you have 6520 consulting, $49,884. Mr. Ahosteen just stated that that $49,000 consulting was used for RECA, press release, and also paying some of the consulting fees. If that is the case, then is this budget wrong? Because again, I'm seeing it as consulting fees for the Navajo Nation Embassy, which I believe that is the name that was given to the Navajo Nation House. That's one. The other thing, Chair Pro Tem, is that Mr. Ahosteen stated that that $100,000 furniture cost was for furniture, which he did list, but he also said computer and technology. If you look at the budget, under capital asset, it lists non-cap furniture, which includes computers, purchase necessary computers such as cables, charging ports, etc. And there's a $90,120 budget. So I think that either he's wrong or I'm reading the budget incorrectly. In either case, I think that it needs to be corrected for the record, because that does not explain nor does it answer the questions that I have specifically to these budget line items. Thank you, Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton. On the second one, which I understood better than the first one, I see on page 7 of 12 in the budget form 4 non-cap assets that $88,120 is for furniture and equipment and $2,000 is for non-cap computer equipment. So I guess thank you for raising that to our attention. Now, in terms of the first point you were making about the consulting, are you asking for the budget to be changed, or what exactly are you requiring of us right now?
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. I wanted it corrected on the record that based on the budget that's in front of us, the consulting fees are specifically for the Navajo Nation Embassy. And I believe that last year it was reported by the former director that that $49,000 was for the consulting fees to look at the home and also do any type of, I guess, to question whether, or I guess maybe answer the question of whether the home was something that we could sell. And that $49,000 is listed under repairs and maintenance. But Mr. Ahosteen stated on the record that that $49,000 consulting fees are used for RECA, press releases, consultants like Strauss and Hobbs, and he listed several
Okay,
others
I'm
as
going
well.
to stop right there. I see $49,000 under 6,500 contractual services, which it says various consulting fees needed for operations of NNWO. And then I see $11,000 for the repairs and maintenance, which it says for the Navajo Nation Embassy.
Chair Pro Tem, I believe that your job is to not answer the question that I'm asking. I am asking that $49,884 that is listed for consulting fees under repairs and maintenance, what is that used for?
Okay, thank you, Delegate Charles Newton. You raised a point of order because you said a procedure or remark appears to lie outside the established bounds of the committee. It shall be the right of any committee member to question the propriety of it. The matter shall immediately be brought to the attention of the chairperson by the member rising. Without waiting for recognition, may interrupt the speaker. Even a vote in the point of order shall not be debated. So I was trying to understand which item was outside the bounds of the committee, and I believe the information that was shared is reflected in the document, and I'm happy to go back to you when you're back in the queue to ask follow-up questions if it's about elucidating detail on it, but I don't see any sort of bald-faced lies or misrepresentations to the committee where we need to look at the propriety of the presenter and whether they're being truthful and accurate to us. And I think that's the only type of point of order that I could really recognize unless it was a procedural issue, and that's primarily what a point of order is related to. So for those items, thank you for raising them, and when we get back to you in the queue, we can move forward with that on the debate on this legislation. So moving on, we have Delegate Vince James. Can you say that again?
Order.
Are you raising a point of order?
Well, I think you are out of order. You're reading the point of order, but nothing in here says that you make the determination, nor does it say that you answer the questions that are being posed. The question goes back to the presenter, who is Mr. Ahastin.
Delegate Charles Newton, I'm not going to get in a back and forth on this. There's nothing in here that it says it goes back to Mr. Ahastin either. So, what are we doing here? As the person conducting the committee meeting, I'm supposed to make the determination on the point of order so that we can proceed with the meeting.
But where does it say within Rule 19 that you make that decision?
Rule 17 or Rule 19, here we go. Brought to the attention of the chairperson by the member rising without waiting for recognition. So presumably the chairperson is the person who will then move forward on how to dispose with the matter that you're raising. And that's how all point of orders have been dealt with before. Can you turn her mic on so we can hear what's being said?
There is nothing within Rule 19 point of order, Standing Committee Rules of Order, that gives you the right to make any type of determination. Now, that could happen at at council, but it doesn't happen here at committee. So I call the point of order because the presenter shared information. So the point of order is on the presenter. So I'm just trying to get clarification on whether the budget should be changed, or whether there is a misprint in the budget, or whether a correction needs to be made for the record.
Are you challenging the decision of the chair pro tem?
Where's the rule for the challenge within the committee rules of order?
You're right, there isn't. It's only in council, right? How would you like to move forward, Delegate Charles Newton? I don't hear anyone else speaking right now.
I would like Mr. Ahastin to just clarify the two things that I pointed out. Is there a correction that needs to be made to the budget, or maybe he misheard the question that I was asking?
Okay, my concern is that if we do this, then any little point can be immediately interrupted by any of the 23 members of the Navajo Nation Council who are available to debate right now, including the presenter of... Is it the right?
That is the right of council, isn't it?
No, there needs to be an orderly procession of the meeting. And I don't know why we're having a debate on that, Delegate Charles Newton. That's the whole reason that we are here, to raise our hands, put them into the queue, and then through that process, we are able to discuss this in an orderly fashion.
But is it not the right of council to be asking these questions?
And the process through which you would do that is the process that we have established for the queues and asking the questions.
Which is why I called a Rule 19 point of order, so I'm going by the process.
That's very circular logic, but I'm asking, how would you want to go directly back to Mr. Ahastin?
Yes, that's what I was asking.
I'm not going to recognize that right now. I'm happy to go back when you get back into the queue and ask the question of Mr. Ahastin. I don't want to set a precedent that anyone can interrupt at any time.
But isn't that the right of council, though? We can interrupt
at any
That's the
time?
point of a point of order.
I don't think that's how the rest of the council operates. We could caucus right now and stop and ask this question because it's going to be precedent setting. Or ask for informal discussion. I don't think that caucus is...
So clarify the rule so I can write the rule down. We, the council delegates of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, cannot interrupt a presentation with a point of order. Is that correct?
That's not what I said.
Then clarify what you're saying.
Rule 19, point of order. If a motion, procedure, or remark appears to lie outside the established bounds of the committee, it shall be the right of any committee member to question the propriety of it. Sorry. The matter shall be immediately brought to the attention of the chairperson by the member rising without waiting for recognition, may interrupt the speaker, even a vote, and the point of order shall not be debated. Now, this is a question about a budget, right? And a line item. And I believe that there is an element of debate that can take place in interpretation to a budget. And if the whole point is that a point of order can't be debated, then we're going down the rabbit hole of debate that should be a part of the regular discussion, the regular motion, ask a question, response.
So Chair, show me in the rules where you have the power to make that decision without going back to the speaker who's presenting the information.
Where does it say it goes back to the speaker who is presenting the information? The burden of proof should be on you at this point.
Well, you're the
We're
one
getting
who's making the
hijacked down this.
decision.
No one else is engaging in this.
I just think you're out of line, because it is the right of a council delegate to get accurate information, especially in terms of a budget being presented to this council. Now, what Mr. Ahostin presented, based on the questions that I was asking, he didn't clarify.
Delegate Charles Newton, the information you shared is incorrect, okay? You said that this is at this level. The 49,000 is for the embassy. If you look at the budget form, that's not what it says, okay?
You're answering the question. You're not the presenter. You're just chair.
I need to figure out what is outside the bounds, okay?
Where does it say that in the rules that you do that? Who gives you the authority to do that?
This is so circular. The chair runs the meeting. I mean, if we're going to make a determination if someone violated the rules, then we'd move forward. Delegate James, you're recognized.
Thank you, Pro Tem. With that, can we get some legal advice from our Chief Legal Counsel?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Bobroff, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Dana Bobroff, Office of Legislative Counsel. Oh, good. And usually they can hear me in the next town over. Okay, so we've read through the point of order. We recognize that the language is not as thorough, as descriptive as would be helpful, so I put that down on the list of rules for the Title II Reform Subcommittee to look at. But as far as today goes, and the question before you, if you will look at Rule 4D, and I will start reading as you find that. So Rule 4D, the chairperson shall maintain order and decorum, decide and rule on all points of order, shall not vote on any matter voted on by the committee members unless there is a tie, and then it goes on, but for a while about voting and such of the chairperson. But that's the provision right there, Rule 4D, that provides the chairperson with the authority to decide points of orders, to rule on points of order. Now, unlike, as Chairwoman Charles Newton pointed out, unlike council where there's an opportunity to appeal the chair's decision or rule on a point of order, that option isn't available at the standing committees. So I think that's the information I had to share. So back to you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, and reminder to everyone, I'm the Chair Pro Tem, not the Speaker Pro Tem right now. So according to Rule 4D, The chairperson shall maintain order and decorum, decide and rule on all points of order, which is precisely what the chair pro tem has done in this matter. And we're going to move forward. Delegate James, I believe, was next in the queue, and then after that, well, Delegate Parrish is gone, but I see Delegate Toth is back in the queue. Delegate James?
Yeah, thank you, Pro Temp Chair. Okay, going back to OPVP portion, Mr. Mitchell, I'd like to thank you for providing the listing of position and assignment by business unit. It should had already been part of the packet from the get-go. We should have had asked for it. It's just one of the procedures listed in the BIM booklet that was signed by all the three branches, three branch chiefs, and that's what our divisions and our departments put their binders together by. So this shouldn't have been an overlooked item. It should already have been in the packet. Now with that, correlating that information with budget form 4 of the OPVP, I'm trying to understand the detailed justification of your numbers. So currently, the listing of position and assignment by business unit numbers, you have 27 budgeted position on the form that you just released to us. And then you do have one temporary listed on the listing of position. But then when it comes down to your detailed budget form, it has one president, one vice president, and 25 political at will. Now, when you look at that political at will at the breakdown, it has 17 executive staff assistant, 2 staff assistant, 3 administrative assistant, and then the 3 new positions. And so at this point, you make the numbers are not corresponding with the fringe benefit below. I'm on page 4 of 9 of the budget form 4. And so when you look down below your fringe benefit, your fringe for political at will, it only has a dollar amount. It doesn't have your actual employees, but at the bottom, the very last item, you have the 3 new positions. So when you go back to the top, how it breaks down that 25 political at will position, it has that 17, 2, 3, and then the 3. That equals the 25 political at will position. And when you do that, you don't end up having your 27 position that's actually on your listing here that you just gave us. And so your numbers, when you start counting the numbers of your positions for your executive staff assistant, and your administration assistant, it's not correlating to the listing of position that you have provided to us. So that's my first one. My next one is in regards to your EPS, your executive protection service. Now, on that one, you have the listing positions. You have 5 positions listed there currently, which is budgeted. And then in your budget, you have 1 new positions that you are creating, which is the executive protection agent. But then when you look at your budget form 4, on page 4 of 6, it indicates executive position agent supervisor 68,820. But that is not the amount that's under your new position form, which is budget form 5. Your salary amount there on budget form 5 is 61,387. And again, your current positions there, you have 5 current positions, but on your budget form, you have 6 position with the new position under budget form 5, but your salary amounts are not equaling out under your your EPS documents. Your numbers are not equaling out. So it is very interesting on how this whole budget is put in place before us as council. If we can get these corrections made, to have it to where it's understandable, I think we need to do that. An amendment needs to be made to this budget, the two portions of the OPVP, and then also your Executive Protection Service portion. And at this point, I look to your advice as how you would like to proceed on moving forward, if we should move forward by tabling it. If you're okay with me to make a motion to table it, I'll table it, but I understand we can only table this once, correct, Dana? Or we can only table this legislation once. Or we can go to recess. So I look to your guidance, Mr. Mitchell, on how you would like for me to proceed. I'm just trying to be proactive on how we can make this correction. So that would be my question. Pro Temp Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate James. Before we go, you want a response from Mr. Mitchell and Speaker Curley, but first you want one from Ms. Bobroff? Okay. So, Ms. Bobroff, can you please respond to Delegate James?
Thank you very much. You have two different ways to approach this. Of course, first you should hear from OPVP and ask them how long it will take them to correct things. But you do have two different options. You could table it right now and move on to your next legislation, and then tomorrow Mr. Mitchell and OPVP could come back with the corrected budget forms, etc. You'd call the legislation up at that point in time and act on it. However, you would not be able to table it again. Or you can go into recess. Go into recess, give Mr. Mitchell either the evening and come back tomorrow and start up again with corrected budgets, or you could recess for the dinner hour and come back after if he has budgets corrected. So that's procedurally. As far as what needs to be corrected, how long it would take, I of course need to defer to OPVP. Thank you, Chairman James. Back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. In addition to Ms. Bobroff and Mr. Mitchell, the entity that's responsible for reviewing and verifying the veracity of the budgets is not only the branch chiefs who sign it and whoever their agents are, but OMB. And I think, just to cut straight to the chase, it'd be important to hear from them on how long it's going to take to correct any sort of budgets on this issue. So I'm going to go to Mr. Mitchell, but that's someone we may need to hear from in a minute in order to give you a time frame, Delegate James, and how long it's going to take. Arbin, do you have anything to say now, or are you trying to motion for OMB to come down here?
Let me go
They're
ahead
hiding
and-
behind this pillar. They very strategically set themselves up over there.
I guess you add up night, and then I'll turn the floor over to OMB. So when a budget is done in OMB review in the although where this comes from, a Department of Personnel Management, they issued this so at 5 o'clock. So I know that they're probably be leaving the office soon. So other than that, I know that tabling is sort of risky. You don't want to table twice. Maybe just recess until tomorrow morning. We only have legislative branch after, I think your schedule has it for 3 days, but I'll go ahead and turn it over to OMB. Because it's So I do count 27 over here. Kajay, I do count 28. I think.
Is that Ms. Francisco?
Mr. Pro Chair and committee members, I was informed that the
Excuse me,
DPM
just introduce yourself for the benefit of the committee, even though I'm sure they've all had the benefit of working with you for the last couple of days, and then go into your remarks. Thank you.
My name is Nene Francisco, Senior Budget Analyst with OMB. I was informed that the DPM Form 3s would be updated. That's why there's a difference. They were supposed to add 3 positions to OPVP, and then I think Executive Protection Services 2 needs to update the Form 3, and I think that was waiting on DPM. That's my understanding. Thank you.
Ms. Francisco, in your opinion, do we need to amend this existing budget to reflect issues that Delegate James has identified?
I think all you need to do is have DPM update the Form 3 to include the missing new positions. But I'm not sure if DPM would like to do that because there's certain rules they go by. But that would be a DPM question. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask for some guidance from the legislation sponsor and Mr. Mitchell on what your preference is on proceeding before recognizing a potential motion from Delegate James.
Will it take the number?
Thank you again. Ado Aniba Hasi, personnel management is the one that issues these Form 3. Although when we were doing the budgets, we had some hold-ups on the Form 3s. So naso kada oversight the I know that they worked so hard on issuing those Form 3s. And what I heard that time was that only one person was working on these Form 3s. So I thought in nada inicio. So the main department that issues this one is Department of Personnel Management. So with my, if I was gonna recommend, you have tomorrow 9 o'clock Naa'bik'iyati. So once we come in at 8, send an email, have a meeting with OMB, and hopefully we can have that ready by 9. That'll be my recommendation. Because this form does dictate.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Delegate James, you've heard from the sponsor, the agent, and Ms. Bobroff, and you didn't make a motion at the time. We do have Mr. Tolth after you. I think the normal set of procedures is that would be that we would move to the next person in line. So I'm going to do that, and that's Mr. Tolth. If you'd like to come back and motion for a recess, I think it's generally treated as an adjournment, so you can interrupt, but I could be wrong on that. Delegate Tolth?
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. Auto Committee Nidlin, I'm gonna help my Shatan Ash. He can make seconds. Let's recess. Tomorrow also we have HASI Committee at 8 o'clock. We had to do the Division of Health. So I would recommend if this committee can come back around 11 o'clock, that would help to resolve some of these issues because we really need to discuss the health department.
And LOC is still in budget too.
LOC, though, they're still in budget, so I would recommend at 11 o'clock to recess. Pro Temp Speaker to motion to recess until tomorrow at 11 o'clock because other committee are having their meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I know that we have the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm just going to hold your motion for 1 second. There's Budget and Finance Committee, there's Law and Order Committee, and there's still the Health, Education, Human Services Committee that need to meet, just as you said, and that creates a conflict with NABI. Now, this committee's authorized to meet at 9 a.m. I got to ask OLS, are the other committees authorized to meet at 9 a.m. as well? They're all starting at 9? Okay. Okay, here's how we're going to proceed. I'm going to recognize the motion and ask for a second. I believe this is debatable, so that'll be an opportunity for the chairs of the committees and even the speaker herself to offer some thoughts on what time it would make sense to reconvene. This is something we need to discuss. So we have a motion from Delegate George Tolth to recess until 11 a.m. tomorrow. Is there a second? With the modification? What's the modification?
Thank you all to go ahead and do the second and ask the motioning party, Honorable Toth, if we can change it from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Delegate Toth, do you accept the request for modification? He puts his thumbs up.
Oh.
Really far out there. I hope it was his thumb. Okay, so let's move on. Committee members, someone got it. Committee members, can we please move forward with any debate or questions or discussion on the motion to recess? I see Delegate Parrish in the queue. Delegate Parrish, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Pro Tem, and thank you to the motioning party and the seconding party for the motion on the floor. I'm just going to make a comment about the budgeting schedule right now as we have it. It is a let's see. Okay, so my preference would be to table this legislation so that we can move on to legislative branch, because that's going to require also extensive discussion so that the Naa'bik'iyati committee can continue its discussion about the legislative branch. Because if we continue to meet with NABI until Friday, as the proposed schedule says, then that puts the Budget and Finance Committee comprehensive budget discussions behind, because I think today the Budget and Finance Committee only went through one department with that time frame between 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So if we're not in the Budget and Finance Committee, if we're not focused on just the comprehensive discussion, and we also have to consider the schedule of NABI, my ask is that we table this legislation so that we can continue the discussion on the legislative branch, so that we can move forward in the two proposed legislation for Naa'bik'iyati. Just kind of the speed of how fast the budget is moving and what we're proceeding. I understand that the other committees have departments who had to make budget form corrections. So those are the comments I have to add at this time.
Okay, committee members, according to Rule 18, tabling motion, any committee member may motion to table legislation or issue that is before the committee. A tabling motion shall take precedence over all other motions. A tabling motion shall include specific directives as to when the legislation or issue will be reconsidered. A tabling motion shall be seconded. A tabling motion is not subject to debate, and you need a majority vote. So, in this instance, the motion that Delegate Parrish is making takes precedence over the recess motion, and I'll recognize it if there is a second. And I want to clarify, you're saying you want to table the legislation until no later in the agenda of this NABI budget meeting? Okay. Is there a second? Is that Delegate Jesus? Are you seconding? Okay, there's a second from Delegate Jesus. There's no debate on this on a motion to table, so we're going to move forward with a vote. Can you please queue up the vote and start it? Got 40 seconds to vote, colleagues. Remember, this takes a majority vote. Delegate James, Delegate Simonson, and Delegate Yanito, we need your votes. We have a green from Delegate Simonson. Delegate Yanito? Delegate James? If you're present and not voting, I'm going to rule that you can't continue voting thereafter. Yours says you shall vote. Okay, good. Green. Delegate Damon should be excused. I believe he spoke with the speaker about that. I could be wrong. Delegate Johnson, I haven't received any contact from. The motion to table the legislation until no later than the end of the agenda, and this is legislation 19823 for the executive offices, passes 14-3 with 3 not voting. We're going to move on to a motion. We're going to return to the motion to recess because that was the last motion that was on that was before the committee, and it was not subject to the debate necessarily of the legislations and tied to 19823. So Delegate Tolth, you have a motion to recess until 1 p.m. tomorrow with a second by Delegate James. Committee members, is there further discussion or debate on the motion to recess until tomorrow at 1 p.m.? There's no one in the queue. I don't see anyone waving at me, winking at me, trying to get my attention. Delegate Parrish, you're recognized. Thank you for raising your hand.
Okay, thank you, Chair Pro Tem. I just wanted to ask my colleagues to consider continuing with the agenda as presented so that we can continue our work in hearing the legislative branch budget this evening and continue our work tomorrow, or because we're going to have to wait for the executive branch to get their budgets in order. But I think that the bulk of the presentations can be done this evening. But that's all I have to add to the conversation, Chair Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Parrish. There's no one else in the queue. Hearing none, we're going to move to a vote on the motion to recess until 1 p.m. tomorrow. Can you please queue up the voting machines? Members, we got 30 seconds, a little under 30 seconds to vote. Voting's locked. We have 8 in favor, 9 opposed, 3 not voting, including the Chair Pro Tem. So the motion to recess does not pass. Committee members, we're moving on to item 5B, Legislation 195-23. Has it been read into the record? The legislation has not been read into the record. Okay. I'm going to ask the Office of Legislative Services, Ms. Cook, to please read Legislation 195-23. Well, let me read the title first, then I'll ask for a motion. An action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Navajo Nation. Legislative branch and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget. Sponsor, Honorable Crystal and Curley. Co-sponsor, Honorable Danny Simpson. Do we have a motion for Legislation 195-23? A motion from Delegate Parrish, a second from Delegate Simonson. Ms. Cook, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Okay. Legislation 0195-23, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation FY 2024 comprehensive budget. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Crystal and Curley, co-sponsored by Honorable Danny Simpson. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Navajo Nation per Navajo Nation Standing Rules of Order Number 9. This legislation, and that is the legislation for 0195-23. Pro Temp Chair.
Apologize, colleagues. We need some tissues up here. Oh, I guess we do. Not used to being doted on. Okay. Committee members, debate and discussion is either open or you can ask for a presentation. Looks like there's a requested amendment from, oh, you're just asking for OMB presentation. We're operating under the special committee rules of order, in addition, special budget procedures, so we're going to recognize the Office of Management and Budget.
Good evening, Pro Temp Chair and members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. I'll be reading in the report from OMB for the legislative branch. Table of contents, you have 7 items. We'll go through each one of those items. Item A is your 24 fund type budget summary for the legislative branch. Your first column is your business unit, second column is your description, and then your third column is separated by general funds and indirect costs for FY23. The general fund amount is $17,464,766. Indirect cost is $1,223,760. Going on to your next columns, which are your 24 funds. The proposed general fund amount is $55,491. Indirect cost is $1,109,532. Proprietary is $1,000, giving you a total of all funds $19,166,023. Going on to tab B is your third quarter budget status report. This is as of June 30th. Again, you have your business unit, your program titles, and then you have your original budget. I'm going to read the bottom line totals. For the general fund, you have $18,588,526 for the original budget. Revised is $23,597,772.68. Your actuals is $12,598,924.56. Encumbrance is $1,161,684.83. Your budget available is $9,837,163.29. Percentage spent is 58.31. You have one proprietary account, which is a Navajo Nation Code Enterprise. The original budget is $1,000. The revised is $36,414. Actual 0. Encumbrance is $35,414. Your budget available is $1,000. Percent is 97.25, and you have 2 notes. Double asterisk means the program is overspending by 85% more. Single is underspent by 65% or less. You have the third quarter performance assessment report. Here you have 24 programs listed. For the first quarter, you have 3.67 as an average. Second quarter average is 3.54. Third quarter is 3.68, and then you have your scorings listed below. They range from 5 to 0. And there's a note at the bottom stating full copies of this report are updated and disseminated each quarter. Going on to D, your third quarter plan of operation status. The ones that are highlighted are out of date and they need to be updated. The next page is just your statutory reference for each of the resolutions for the plan of operation. E, you have no condition or appropriation or legislative concern for legislative branch. And the same for F, there's no expenditure report. And there's no single audit for the legislative branch. That concludes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Francisco. We're going to move forward to the legislation sponsor. Can you turn the speaker's microphone on?
Pro Temp Chair, Vice Chair Slater, thank you for returning the floor over to us, and thank you OMB for reading those statements and also those balances. Ado koto hehet nan hidideshnil. Besh bada sa ane dani kliniki ado DA koje legislative branch bena anishiki bes or bena anishiki e kon hidasil sos legislation 0195-23. So you should all have this big blue book. It does have all the program budgets, so they are tatted. So we did make some minor technical grammar edits yesterday evening, so all of these blue books should be updated before you. So and just to give a little overview, excuse me, I think I ate something I was allergic to in that salad. But during our budget preparation for the legislative branch, we started our budget preparation for each program and each department before the three branch chiefs meeting, so we can start really knowing what to advocate for when we get to the table at the three branch chiefs meeting. So a lot of our budget preliminary meetings did happen before the three branch chiefs meeting. And how we started off as a base was we had the departments use the original general fund allocation from this current fiscal year, and just looking at some of the past budgets as well, just looking at the trends on how these funds were allocated in the past. So we did have all that data before us when we started working with each of the programs and departments. And before the IDC numbers did come out, some of the budgets were short, but after the new allocation of the IDC amounts were determined, some programs had a slight increase. So, and all of these meetings did take place before the approval of the BIM. So that's just an overview of how we begin working on the legislative branch budgets that is before you. Overall, the budget is approximately or exactly $18,056,491. So that we will be asking for an amendment as well. I know we got a report from OMB, but we are, I believe it was $1,000 off. So that is that line item or within the Navajo Nation Code Enterprise Fund. As you could see, there is $1,000 in there. The ones that are in the incorrect forms, it's within the general funds, but it was supposed to be underneath the proprietary fund, which was already set aside by OMB. So we have to move that $1,000 to within that line. So we would need that. We would ask for that amendment. So the total would be $18,056,491. So Exhibit A and B would need to be swiped out or switched out. So those are the only technical error that we seen within this whole packet. Overall, the legislative budget, we do have an increase of $835,000 and $3,000. So that is our exact increase for the legislative. So a lot of these negotiation did happen during the three branch chiefs meeting. I believe judicial did have a slight increase, and also for legislative branch. And also in terms of, within the fixed costs, so some of the programs, for example, for elections has been put into fixed costs for the first time of $300,000. So if you look back at their budget, we did reduce their allocation by $100,000, since they are already included within fixed costs of $300,000. So those are just one of the biggest change, and also one of the biggest change is within the Office of the Speaker. If you look into contractual services, you can see roughly amount of 500,000. So when we were talking about the executive office's budget, there was a lot of question in regards to the executive protection services. So as 25th Navajo Nation Council, we all did agree that safety is very important. And so during our 3 branch chiefs meeting, that's where I did advocate for an additional 550,000 from so executive branch did help us with giving us that additional 550,000 to create and establish the legislative protection services. So if you looked at the previous budget, the executive offices, roughly it cost around 560,000, but they do EPS does have an increase up to like 670,000. But we're starting this program as new underneath the Speaker's office, which will roughly cost about 500,000. We reduced it to 500,000 because that other additional 50,000 went back to the standing committees, because I know there's additional travel. We are back in person. So a lot of the budget line items that you see within the standing committees, it does account for being back in person. And just also including some of the inflation rates, so you can see some of those increases within your standing committee budgets. And the reason why the $500,000 is in contractual services is because our legislative protection services plans of operation is still in draft form. So we did get that guidance from our legal counsel that this money should be put into contractual services first, and then once the plans of operation has been established for the legislative protection services, then it will move into that program. So when we are still in drafting of the legislative protection services, mimicking what almost as EPS does. And I know safety is a top concern, so that was one of the biggest increase, the reason why legislative branch and also the Office of the Speaker had an increase. And another highlight is the LDA program. This year, in fiscal year 2024, the LDA budget is fully funded. That does include salary and insurance. So you can take into look at those budget forms. So before last year, it was only budgeted to 1.9 million. And usually previous years, sometimes they would need a supplemental request, but for this budget year, it does fully funds their salary and insurance. At this time, I would also turn the floor over to our Chief of Staff for more of the technical questions that are within our budget.
Thank you, Speaker. We do have a minute and 19, so just real quick. Going back to what Speaker spoke about, the LDA budget, the only one that we couldn't really cover was the cell phones for LDAs, so we were gonna, I guess, talk to a delegate who could maybe put in for some unmet needs. For I think it costs them 1,200, about 1,700 a month for cell phones for LDAs. So, but that's it. The explaining the amendment that needs to be made, that extra 1,000 that needs to be, we put it into B&F. So we put it into the B&F budget to, give them a little boost. So Honorable Begay can have his meeting money. And I think that's it. Speaker covered almost everything. Thank you.
Have you concluded? 14 seconds? Yeah? Okay. Thank you very much. Committee members, we have Delegate James. You recognized, Delegate James?
Yeah, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. I don't know how to address this to legislative. At first, I'd like to mention thank you for putting the binder together and working on it and getting this far. And so I'm at another point, do I table this legislation or recess? And it will determine based off a response that we will receive from OMB. And so when you look at, I don't know if Mr. Bial can come up because this question refers to him, Mr. Dominic Bial from OMB. And so I think it's in the matter of trying to figure out which policy do we actually follow? Which template do we actually follow as the Navajo Nation? And so right now, Mr. Bial, we have the legislative binder before us. When you look at each tab, it has Budget Form 1 on there at the top. And then you flip the page and then it has Budget Form 2 as the title at the top as well. But then when you get to Budget Form 3, in each of the tab, it does not have the title of Budget Form 3. But then it continues on and it says Budget Form 4. This document that's inserted here with the listed position is a document of Department of Personnel Management, DPM. And that's why it's signed by DPM. And so, but when you go back to the BIM booklet, there's a different template that's in that BIM booklet that has been adopted. And that has Budget Form 3 title on there. Now, when you look at DPM's spreadsheet, it has one column that is not part of the BIM template, which is the period. In this case, DPM's period is September 30th, 2024. In the template of the BIM Budget Instruction Manual policy, it doesn't have that. And so this is a big concern of how our government is at this point. And so which one is it that we follow? Which one is it that we need to correspond with at this point? Or are we just going to move forward with what legislative staff have put together? Or do we need to follow what is put into law for us with the BIM booklet and following that form? And so that's a question that I'd like to give to Dominic Bial and see how he would like to respond to us and how we should proceed. Because when for HESI, for Health, Education, Human Service Committee, like for Department of Education, I have that binder before me. They have the actual form, the Budget Form 3, and that's how we got the listing. And that goes back to OMB earlier, where Lynette indicated that she couldn't answer DPM's question, that DPM indicated that they only have one staff. And so at this point, I need to find an answer from OMB, and if we can find that answer, I don't know if we need to put in an amendment of language that we can waive that we can waive the Budget Form 3 that's in the BIM booklet and insert the the DPM listing template as part of the packet. That's one way we can do it. Or my next way of thinking about it is if we can just proceed with the legislation and then ask that OMB and DPM and the divisions, the departments to work on Budget Form 3 and get those actual Budget Form 3 forms at council before we approve these budgets that don't have the actual Budget Form 3 in the BIM booklet. And so that's a matter of my question at this point. So colleagues, I know Chair is going to say that I don't have any time or I'm not recognized to make a motion again. So if one of my colleagues can probably make that, probably push the RTS button, and then after I'm done, I guess make a motion after we hear response from Dominic Bial, because I won't be on the board to make that motion again. Unless none of you guys want to speak, and then I'll just repress the RTS button again and then make that motion. I'd like to hear from Dominic on how he would like for us to proceed and take care of this issue regarding this legislation that is before us and the binder that's before us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Delegate James. And to clarify, were you saying the hourly rate column? Was that the one you're saying is missing?
Form 3.
In Budget Form 3, it's the hourly rate that's missing?
No. Under what we have currently in the binder, in that column, which is DPM's template, it has the budgeted period, and it ends with September 30th, 24. But then when you look at OMB's budget forms, it doesn't have that column regarding the budget period. It just says the budget. That's in the BIM booklet.
Mr. Bial, you're authorized to respond or recognized to respond.
I believe so. Responding to Delegate James. For those of you who don't know me, I guess there's some of you who are new. We don't know each other. We haven't met before. So it's good to be here before you and trying to help with the overall budget process. As I understand the question from Delegate James, he's asking, in the BIM, there's a particular form that's utilized. And then from DPM, there's another form. Although it's similar, it's not exactly the same. So let me answer like this. In the BIM, those of you who have the BIM, it refers to the listing of positions and assignment by business unit. That's the form, the title of the particular document. But you notice it has DPM sample copy, okay? This is the sample. So what happens in this case, at least the one I'm looking at here in the BIM, it lists 4 positions and some of the relevant data, whether it's vacant, the work site, the hourly rate, and so on and so forth. Okay? What DPM does is they issue this in advance of the budget process. And that's what we all use to start with. So what we would do, like OMB as the example, we would use it to mark it up and update it, because during the course of the year, there are sometimes changes in salary, grade, step, even new positions and so forth. So that's what this document does. Now in your binder, Delegate James, that you're referring to, it's a similar form, except that one is the finalized version. Developed with the concurrence of DPM because they sign it, the top right-hand corner. You're correct in the sense that it doesn't have the markup or the language of Form 3, but that's what it is. So that's what I'm explaining. In the BIM is the what amounts to is the worksheet. And then the final one that's in your budget documents from Speaker's Office, Legislative Branch in this case, signed by DPM, is the final version. And that's the version they use to figure all of their personnel budget information. Committee Pro Tem?
Does that conclude your remarks?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Delegate James, do you feel like your question was answered satisfactorily?
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. I think this is working harder than working smarter. And at this point, if you go to your website, Mr. Bial, which our department, some of our departments go to put this packet together, you go to that website, there is no sample on the website. And if you go under fiscal year 2024 and you look at and download executive budget forms, that's what some of our departments are going by. But then on the hard copy that you're talking about there's a sample. So which is the actual form that we need to go by? Because on hard copy, you have a different sample. On the website that our department and divisions go to, there's no sample, and it's a different budget form 3 than the sample that's in the hard copy manual booklet. And this is where we run into problems. And this is where we need to get our ducks in order to make sure that we are operating on same documents. And so at this point in time, what is it that we need to do to make that correction? How do you want us to proceed? Do you want us to proceed in 2 different forms? Are you going to dismantle or delete the hard copy and go by the one that's online? Because that's a whole total different form. And you have no samples on your website. And we need to provide that correct message to our divisions and our departments. Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to move on to Delegate Toth, who's next in the queue.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair or Pro Temp Speaker and Naa'bik'iyati Committee. I think in order to fix this mess, we need to table until before this Friday So I'll make a motion to table and make some correction on this because we need to be on one page and get the sample going. So my recommendation is to table this, get the all the information by Friday. So we should have discuss this budget on that day. Ada with the Pro Temp Chair, thank you.
Delegate Toth, you're motioning to table the legislation until Friday or to be considered before the end of Friday? Can you restate it again?
Chair, thank you, before Friday. So if it's ready by tomorrow, we can also tackle, if not Friday. So, okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, we're motioning to table legislation 195-23 and bring back before the end of the agenda. End of agenda is authorized through Friday, August 18th, 2023. Committee members, is there a second? And the purpose is to, can you because for a tabling motion, there has to be a specific purpose as well. So Delegate Toth, can you restate the purpose?
I didn't hear you, that's Pro Temp.
Can you state the purpose for the tabling motion?
The purpose of this table motion is to have all this forms together, make sure we have all the information provided before this body, and make sure we're going by the procedure that's being adopted or amended, whatever the procedure is. So that will be my motion. Thank you.
Okay. Which forms? We have to be specific on this because we need whoever it is needs to rectify the issue that you'd like rectified.
I believe Form 3.
Okay. Okay, to be very frank, committee members, this is contrary to what Mr. Bial shared with us. So it's difficult to recognize a tabling motion where the agent has said there isn't an issue. And this is how the budget was adopted for fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2022, and I believe fiscal year 2021. But we have a motion to table, and I'm going to ask if there's a second. Going twice. Oh, second from Delegate Charles Newton. As we established, the tabling motion is not debatable. So let's go to a vote. 15 seconds. Okay, the vote is over. Delegate Jesus, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Claw, how do you vote? Red. Delegate Claw votes red. Delegate Parrish, how do you vote? Red. Delegate Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Green, is that right? Okay. And I believe that is all of the delegates voting. So we have 11 in favor, 6 opposed, 3 not voting, including the chair. The legislation is tabled till no longer than the end of the agenda to fix documents. I don't know, Delegate Crotty. I mean, the sponsor told us, the agent told us that there's no issue. Delegate Crotty, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. Since the vote was cast, what documents need to be corrected?
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. That's why I asked the clarification from Delegate Tolth, and he specified the Form 3s. And that is what Mr. Bial responded to. And I was very hesitant to recognize the motion, but didn't want to be seen as tipping my finger on the scale, even though I believed it was out of order. But it's subject to interpretation, so.
So if Form 3s are correct according to OMB, do we move forward with this legislation?
We just tabled the legislation, and that's the will of the
The
council.
forms are correct.
I 100% agree with you. I just,
The forms are correct.
I think we're not. Delegate James, you recognized?
As Budget and Finance Committee Chair has indicated, this instruction was provided to OMB to make that correction already last Friday. And it still has not been corrected. And we did bring this up in prior administration. It still hasn't been corrected. And so at this point in time, what is the correct form? Because you have something that's different that's online on OMB's website, and then you have something that's different on hard copy BIM booklet. And some of our departments don't have the money to purchase these BIM booklet hard copies ones, so they go directly to the online one, which is totally different. And when you look at the online form, it does not have the budget period, but on the hard copy, it does. So now we have 2 different forms that we are all using. So which is the correct form is what we need to get clarification from OMB. And thank you, Chair from Budget and Finance, for saying that it was already instructed, a directive was given to OMB to make that correction, and it still hasn't been made. So that's my point of order.
Okay, I'm not sure that falls within the bounds of a point of order, but I appreciate you providing clarification on that. Delegate Crotty, you presented a point of order on whether we're going to move forward with the legislation. According to the vote that just took place, it's the will of the committee to table the legislation. And I don't know what forms are posted, but the BIM that's posted and the BIM that's printed includes a Form 3 that's consistent with the documents that Department of Personnel Management has attached to all the budgets that have been considered today. The only thing that is missing is the 2023 hourly rate column. But when you read Form 3, you recognize that it's the responsibility of the Personnel Office to provide their Form 3 to the programs, then they red ink them, and then there's an opportunity to add additional positions in. When that happens, then the Department of Personnel Management issues a new Form 3, and that's what ends up getting included in this. So it's not really the programs that end up developing and issuing these. That's something that comes from the Department of Personnel Management. And the information that needs to be contained in it is contained in the content of this page. And this page is what tells you needs to be in there. And then DPM is the one that actually delivers and effectuates that. It's not the programs themselves. But the sponsor also identified that this is a sample document. It's not the precise document. And for years and years and years, that's what has been provided. So if programs don't know how to read the BIM, then we need to do a better job educating them from the Office of Management and Budget and hire personnel to do that. That's something for us to consider during this budget period. In addition to that, we continue to sow confusion when we say that what's in the BIM is not correct. And that is a decision that I think we're contributing to today. So we're now on item 6, which is close the meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Thank you. You recognize Delegate James.
Thank you. My point of order that you indicated, I don't know what the point of order was, but my point of order is what form is it that we go by? What form is the actual final form? Is it the form that is in the hard copy BIM booklet, or is it the template that is in the website, on the website of OMB? And that directive was given by Budget and Finance to make that correction, and it still hasn't been corrected. So at this point, some of our departments went with the form that's online, which doesn't have the column of the period. But now what we have before us from Legislative Council includes the period. So when that column is different. So there's two different forms. So which form is it that we go by? That's my point of order. Which is the correct one? And if the hard copy one is the correct one, then that needs to be put on the website. That way our departments that we've already approved legislations, they can update those forms and provide those forms to us at council. That way we're all corresponding to the OMB template. We need to know what form we're going with on budget form 3. Is it in the hard manual or is it the electronic copy that's on their website? Thank you.
I'm going to go to Ms. Bobroff, but committee members, we're not on an agenda item right now, and this is a really valuable discussion, but I don't see how we can continue the discussion under the current council rules of order or committee rules of order. And it's something that we could have discussed before we tabled the legislation. So, Delegate James, I really want to get to the heart of this matter. I just don't know how we can do it under the rules right now. The committee could elect to, have an informal, I think it's informal discussion. You could ask for a variety of different things, but there isn't a procedure that's being broken here. There isn't a debate that's essentially happening. We're at item 6 now, so that's close of meeting, announcements, adjournment. I'll entertain any motions that you want to do before we go to presumably a recess motion, because if we adjourn, then we're not going to be able to consider these 2 legislations we tabled. So right now the ball's in the court of the committee. Think about the things that Delegate James has said. Floor is open right now, committee. You want to? Can you turn Delegate James's microphone on?
Thank you very much. At this point in time, since we've recessed, you recognize it as recess. Can we just go into a caucus maybe for 15 minutes and to get some clarification from the directive that was made by BNF, and then also a clarification from our legal counsel on how to address this matter of the different forms that we are utilizing and that our department divisions are utilizing based off OMB's website and hard copy. Please.
Yeah, we just have a recess. Okay, thank you very much, committee members. I just wanted to confirm that we don't have a caucus in the standing committee rules of order, but that's something that exists in the council rules of order. There is a Rule 13 informal discussion. Any committee member may request to suspend formal discussion on any legislation or issue by requesting an quote-unquote off-the-record discussion. It shall be at the discretion of the chairperson to grant such a request. Committee members, it's been made clear to me that we are not going to be recalling these legislations this evening, and that was the purpose of voting to table. And so at this time, we're going to be in recess until what time tomorrow? 1 o'clock? The chair, the Office of Legislative Counsel has advised me that I can make that determination, and then we can go into a discussion. I guess this says suspend formal discussion on any legislation or issue, and right now I see that we're on item 6. So that's where I'm trying to have us follow the rules here. You could also suspend the floor rules and add a discussion item on these issues. But this is what happens when you table a legislation. We move forward on the agenda. Are you motioning to recess, Delegate James?
Pro Temp Chair, I'd like to suspend the floor rules to have a discussion at least for 15 minutes in regards to what we need to do and find out what is the actual form that we need to follow.
Thank you very much, Delegate James. Is there a second to suspend the floor rules? There's a second from Delegate Simonson.
This needs 2/3, right?
This motion requires 2/3 of the voting membership of the Naa'bik'iyati committee, I believe. I'm going to confirm that.
Do you have that format?
No, it requires a majority. I apologize. The second's from Delegate Simonson. 15 minutes, correct?
15 minutes, that is correct.
15 minutes. Okay, committee members, any discussion or debate on the motion to suspend the floor rules? Thank you very much, committee members. Hearing no debate, we're going to move forward to a vote on the suspension of the floor rules. 30 seconds. Did Delegate Azert leave? Okay. Okay, voting is closed. We don't have votes from Delegate So, Delegate Azert, Delegate Johnson, and myself. There are 11 yeas, 5 nays, 4 not voting, including the Chair Pro Tem. So the motion prevails. Committee members, we are now recessed for a period of 15 minutes to discuss, sorry, we're not recessed. We've added an agenda item after 5B, I believe it is. Of course. So this is the new 5C, and it's to discuss the correct budget form 3s for usage in the fiscal year 2024 budget. And do you want to say it all over again, Delegate James? I'm joking. Would you like to have the Office of Legislative Counsel opine on it? Because I know that Ms. Bobroff has some comments to make related to this matter.
Yes, we'll start off with our legal counsel.
Okay. The other option is, now that we have an agenda item, Delegate James, we could enter informal discussion. Ms. Bobroff, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I'll summarize where I think what the question is, and that is on budget form 3, whether programs should be using what's in the BIM or what is on the OMB website. Under the Appropriations Act, the Budget and Finance Committee is given the authority to adopt the BIM, and that includes determining which forms shall be used. And in the 2024 BIM, on pages 33 and 34, that talks about budget form 3, listing of position and assignments by business units. And in the BIM, it has the DPM sample form printed out. That's the one that was approved by the BIM. So that is the one that should be being used. Unfortunately, that is not the form that is showing up on OMB's website. If you click on 2024 budget form 3, you don't get the same form that was approved in the BIM. So what needs to be changed is what's on OMB's website. All the budgets that have followed DPM's sample form and is verified by DPM, those are correct, because that's what's in the BIM. So there is a problem, but it is a website problem, not a budget book problem. So this is my recommendation. It looks like in the legislative branch and the legislative branch budgets and the executive office budgets, they used the form that was in the BIM, and it was verified by DPM. So those budgets are fine. Now, Chairman James' concern is coming out of the fact that budgets that were presented to Hess, and I don't know if it was all of the budgets or some of the budgets, but it was at least some of them, used the form that was on OMB's website instead of the one that was in the BIM. So my recommendation is when Chair James or Vice Chair Simonson present to Budget and Finance Committee. When they do that, the directive can be put out to the programs necessary to fix their form, use the correct form before it gets to council. I can stop now for questions, or if I explain things badly, I can restate. Back to you, Pro Tem Chair. I couldn't think who it was.
Okay, thank you very much. We've had a description or an analysis by the Office of Legislative Counsel on the record. Committee members, do you want to continue in structured debate for the remainder of this, or do you want to enter informal discussion? Or are you done with this topic? Raise your hand if you want to say something, or click your clicker. Delegate James, you're recognized.
Thank you for that information, Dana. So now we as standing committees need to go back and tell our departments that presented us their budget binders, if they followed the form that was on OMB's website, that they need to update, do it. So what we need to do is pull that out, and they need to update Budget Form 3 to have it correspond with the actual hard copy one. So now there's myself and a couple of my colleagues, we tried to get onto OMB's website, the form portions, and now they took it off. So hopefully they will correct that. That should have been done right away when Budget and Finance made that directives to update the forms on their website. But at least we got this far, but now I have to go back and tell the other departments to update Budget Form 3 corresponding to the hard copy of the BIM booklet, which is the actual one that they should have on the website from the get-go. So, so thank you for the clarification, and thank you for clarifying all of that, and we will go back and work with our department and our divisions to update those forms before they get to council, or even before we get to Budget and Finance to have them approve that budget. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chair Parrish came up to the dais to clarify that there was no directive related to updating budget forms, and I can confirm that as the Budget and Finance Committee Vice Chair. So I think there was a miscommunication there about what is being described. Committee members, any further discussion or questions? Chair Parrish, Delegate Parrish.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Pro Tem Slater, and thank you, committee members, for the discussion this evening. We have been working diligently with the Office of Management and Budget. We do understand they are understaffed, and at every single standing committee this past week and the week before, and will continue to be a part of the comprehensive budget. So I just wanted to commend the Office of Management and Budget for their diligent work on working with every single department and division across the Navajo Nation, and also with the Navajo Nation Council at this time. But speaking to the topics that were brought up, I think because the legislation number 019523 was in order, I feel that the Naa'bik'iyati committee can resume its duty to continuing listening to the presentation on the legislation. However, I'll leave that to the committee's discretion on what we would like to do next. And I just wanted to also concur with the Chair Pro Tem's statement. Again, a lot of it has been working with Office of Management and Budget and their flexibility to ensure that their website is as current as possible with the with the personnel that they do have at this time. So I thank you for the committee and also members of council for your understanding, and we look forward to Health, Education, Human Services Committee coming before the Budget and Finance Committee. At that time, I believe, as Ms. Bobroff had mentioned, we can make those directives for the corrections in the division's budgets at that time. So we look forward to that, and those are the only comments I have to make. Thank you, Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Delegate Parrish. And Ms. Cook just checked the OMB website. They still have the forms on the website. Committee members, any further discussion? Delegate Crotty, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate the time. So it's my understanding, if you look at budget form 3s, that this is actually a report that's developed by DPM. Because if you look at the right corner, you'll see DPM verifies the document, and at the left bottom quarter, you'll see the report date. And so that's been consistent with all of the budgets so far. So it's not that the programs are developing this, it's actually DPM develops this report, and then there's a back and forth for verification. If I could get that clarified, because I think then the issue of what OMB has on their website is a moot point if DPM is developing the reports themselves. And that's by this verification. And if you look again on the bottom left side, you'll see each time a report date is created by DPM. So if I could just get that verified by tomorrow, that's my understanding, Pro Tem. Thank you.
Delegate Crotty, who would you like to verify that information? The Office of Management and Budget, the Office of Legislative Counsel, DOJ? Do you want us to print off page 34 that says what you just said?
No, none of that. What I want is DPM, just to verify that they are the ones creating this budget document or report for each of the budgets that have been passed using this form.
And you want that before tomorrow's meeting?
I just need that verified.
Okay.
So that we're not going back into budgets that have already been passed. Because it looks like it's coming from DPM, so there should be a standard way.
Are you saying before, whenever we convene for NABI, or are you saying before any of the committee meetings convene tomorrow?
This is an issue that was raised at NABI, and then we could just confirm when we start our budget hearings at 9 o'clock.
Okay. The reason I asked is, in the event that NABI starts later, committee meetings start at 9, and you said going back into budgets, and that's why I assume you might be talking about other budgets that have passed. So we'll get that information to you as soon as we possibly can from the Department of Personnel Management.
Thank you. That would help clarify what budgets may or may not be impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, we'll have the Chief of Staff work on that. Any further discussion? I think we're getting close to 15 minutes. Never mind, I still got a fresh 8 minutes. Any further questions or discussion? Oh, Delegate James is back in the queue. I apologize. Delegate James?
Here had Pro Tem Speaker. Pro Tem Speaker, Kwado Inja Naa'bik'iyati. I think a lot of this process here could have been avoided if you could recognize point of orders to get questions clarified. And it makes it hard to where if we can't make a point of order to get answers as colleagues, we have to push the RTS to speak again. And if there's other individuals before to do any additional follow-up questions, then we have to wait until all of the others that are on the board to speak. And so I think recognizing some follow-up as a point of order or some sort is helpful, so we're not in this situation that we are in now, and just be respectful to having that understanding that we should be allowed to raise point of order to get clarification and answers. In this case, this is a fine example that we have before us. And I just want to ask you to have that understanding for us. I know we do have majority of council that are new, and at the same time, there are some previous council delegates that are back. And so it makes it hard to try and explain certain things. But again, we are here at this point, but on the Haban, in the case, though, let's say, I showed it, I could Olia, a hit not nesh, a cocoa, hot a hadis, a coona or kahage edolit. I had a hanana seat or lit, a shana when I gish. Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate James. With respect to the matter of the Form 3s, there was no point of order that was raised during the debate, so I think the premise of the comment you're making doesn't make any sense. Now, in terms of addressing this issue, I agree with you that we need to be able to ask follow-up questions, but as a matter of principle, I can't create new protocols whole cloth within the rules. And the rules generally are, you ask the question, you get the response, and then we continue to move through. And that's the protocol that the speaker has used here in her conduct of the Naa'bik'iyati committee meetings, and that's what I was following. And I don't want to get into a situation where I'm making special exemptions for individuals based off of their persistence as opposed to treating all delegates equally. And that was, in particular, an issue there. So I agree we needed to ask follow-up questions, but there was an impatience within the committee to ask the follow-up question. We went straight to the recess and then straight to the tabling. We accepted a set of facts that were untrue and moved forward on them. It was only after the committee had voted to table the legislation that there was a point of order that was raised by Delegate Crotty. At that point, the legislation was tabled. It wasn't during the debate. Then you yourself offered a point of order that was after Delegate Crotty. Neither of those were during the course of the debate to ask follow-up questions to the presenters. At that point, we were at agenda item 6. Now, committee members, we have 3 minutes and 45 seconds, and dinner is here apparently. Are there any further? Oh, Delegate Nez, you're recognized.
Thank you. Shanala, Pro Tem Chair Slater. We tabled the legislation. Once you table a legislation, there's no discussion on it. But Shanala, the next time, I think you need to make it clear that we shouldn't have a continued discussion on this at all. That's why I voted red. Now, Shanala, the reason we're here, Naa'bik'iyati Committee, the Navajo word for Naa'bik'iyati is we're having a discussion. Whether someone raises a point of order, we're building on what the questions are so we can gain knowledge of what is before us. Eolia, Naa'bik'iyati, that's what you call Naa'bik'iyati. So I understand that we're not using a point of privilege at all, but having the word under the NEF fundamental law is Naa'bik'iyati. We're not Bayelti Edota. Naa'bik'iyati. What is before us? We're having that discussion. This is how we extract information. And I think what we've done today is we've had a good, healthy debate on this, Shanala. And at times, just like we have 4 standing committees, and within these 4 committees, we say, okay, time out, let's ask these questions. And Naa'bik'iyati is also a committee, and it's the committees at the 4 standing committees, that's what we do, Naa'bik'iyati. So once we can understand that, that's what we're doing here. So we can approve these legislations, the budgets can move forward, documents can be completed,
and we're all having a good understanding. And this is what you call Naa'bik'iyati go behas ane ilna. So ereba hadisito here shinant no senigi koronda idos kidiki kachio koro hawagone katohara dosingeto eskan Naa'bik'iyana del tito le khawshin. So that's just how I see it. Thank you. Back to you, Pro Tem Chair Shanella Slater.
Thank you, Shanella. Committee members, we have more time for discussion on this matter. "45 seconds. I think, every time we have a debate and a discussion, we learn more about our rules and how we work together as colleagues. And this is one of those examples where we can think about amendments to Title II, amendments to the Standing Committee Rules of Order that will strengthen this committee and strengthen all of the committees. And just like Delegate Rick Nez shared, there is an opportunity for us to talk things out, to understand and have a greater apprehension of the issues that are before us. And there are different ways of doing that through our rules of order. And it's important for us to identify if there's any changes that need to be made. At this time, we do have some standing committee rules of order. And if we feel like they hamper our ability to get to the heart of the matter and the truth of the matter, or if we want to clarify some of the procedures, we should totally and absolutely reflect on that today. But as the chair, I'm obligated to follow the rules of order, and I'm obligated to follow the direction of the council, and that is the conduct of the meeting thus far today. So thank you very much, committee members. The 15 minutes for this discussion item has expired, and we're now at 6, close of meeting, announcements, adjournment. The Chair Pro Tem will entertain a motion to recess or look at the will of the committee. Michelle. Oh my God. Let's see here. Did you see a motion? No? Committee members, if there's going to be no motion, then I'll exercise the prerogative of the chair to recess us. But I really would like to hear about when we should reconvene. Does anybody have any thoughts? Speaker? I'm hearing 1 o'clock yelled out quite a bit. Speaker saying 1 or 2. Okay, I haven't heard anyone say anything other than 1 except for Speaker. I apologize, Speaker. Committee members, it's 6:28. We are going to recess the Naa'bik'iyati Committee until 1 p.m. tomorrow, August 17th. My younger brother Aaron's birthday. Happy birthday, Aaron. We're in recess.